The topics that I have in mind for today, क्या क्या करना है? We need to do basically all measure of central tendency, mean, median, mode. We'll do skewness, Kurtosis. We'll do movements. ठीक है? Then we will go ahead and we will talk about standard deviation and all other measures of deviation. And then we will be talking about correlation. And then we'll talk about simple regression model. Abhi ke liye I have this in mind. If time permits, we'll start with probability. But tomorrow we will do probability and its different distributions and wrap up stats. I need full attention throughout the lecture. बहुत सारी जगह पे I will ask you read this formula, read that formula. You have to make sure कि ये जो भी book I have created today, you will go ahead and you will read it thoroughly. जितना भी formulas I have given, you will do them thoroughly. ठीक है? It has not yet been uploaded on the portal. मैंने just last moment में से complete किया just a minute back. So it will be uploaded on portal only after the lecture has been completed. Okay, now let's begin. So the first thing which is important is that what are the different type of statistics जिसमें we need to understand that there are two kind of statistics. एक को हम बोल देते हैं descriptive statistics और एक हो जाता है inferential statistics. Descriptive statistics means basically any statistics which is going to go ahead and describe the data set as the word suggests, right? Whereas when we talk about inferential statistics, जो हम probably we'll take it towards the end, that is hypothesis testing, where we infer statistics में different things from it. Infer means we understand, we take out some result out of the data set. We inferize the data set, right? So descriptive में basically we are describing the data कि what is the average of the data, how to organize the data, how to present the data. Basically हम data के beyond नहीं जा रहे हैं. We are not going beyond the given data set. ठीक है? So mean, median, mode, range, variance, standard deviation, quartile deviation, ये जितना भी चीजें हैं, these are all part of your descriptive statistics. ये सबको ही हम descriptive statistics बोलते हैं. Whereas when we go ahead and when we talk about inferential statistics, inferential माने we infer, माने हम infer means what? Infer means we use data to give conclusion about the data. So in a way हम पूरा population में से we use a sample and sample is used to draw conclusion. ठीक है? तो इसमें हो गया आपका पॉइंट एस्टिमेशन, कॉन्फिडेंस इंटरवल, हाइपोथेसिस टेस्टिंग, टी टेस्ट, जेड टेस्ट, काई स्क्वायर, एफ टेस्ट, रिग्रेशन, कोरिलेशन, जिसमें भी वी गिव सम कंक्लूजन. You know what? I think there is high correlation between the two. I think that my data is between this interval from this to this, right? तो जहां पे we go ahead and where we go and draw conclusion about the data set, उसको हम inferential statistics बोल देते हैं. ठीक? So this is the first thing which all of you will read. Then you also have different kind of variables जिसके basis पे statistics can be defined. Univariate means one variable, single variable. Bivariate means two variable. Multivariate means many variables. ठीक है? अब हम आ जाते हैं scale of measurement पे. So there are four main scale of measurement. ठीक है? Scale of measurement पे there is a chance कि एक MCQ question, one MCQ will be asked इस पे on the different scales of measurement. So all of you have to go ahead and understand these. So when we talk about the first scale of measurement, that is basically called as nominal scale. Nominal में क्या होता है? That we have data which is labeled, right? There is no ranking, there is no numerical meaning to it, like blood group A, B, C, D, right? Or sorry, A, B, and O. These are the blood groups, right? A, B, O. But is there any ranking? क्या हम ऐसा बोल सकते हैं A is better than B is better than this? No. There is no better group, blood group, right? So nominal scale is just classification without order. कोई order नहीं है. Labeling तो है, but we cannot say that one is better over the other. Political parties, we cannot say one is better than the other. Gender, male and female, but there is no ordering. We cannot say which is better. ठीक है. So in nominal scaling there is no ordering, just labeling. उसके बाद आता है ordinal scale. Ordinal scale is ranking. You can rank the data set. Order matters, but differences does not. Just for example, if I say a student is first in class and a student is second in class, ठीक है. अब first student can get 99% and second can get 95%. या first could have scored 99% and second could have scored 98.9%. Does it matter कि क्या difference है? It does not. डिफरेंस से फर्क नहीं. आई एम ओनली इंटरेस्टेड इन अंडरस्टैंडिंग हु केम फर्स्ट एंड हु केम सेकेंड. राइट. सो आई कैन रैंक द डेटा सेट. डेटा रैंक तो हो सकता है, बट इसमें वी कैन नॉट गो अहेड एंड वी कैन नॉट टेल द रैंकिंग. ऑर्डर तो मैटर कर रहा है, बट ये सॉरी द डिफरेंस, बट डिफरेंस मैटर नहीं कर रहा. इट डज नॉट मैटर कि डिफरेंस 5% से है, 7% से है या 0.1% से है. ठीक है. सेम वी कैन से पॉवर्टी लेवल. ठीक है. तो मैं बोल सकती हूँ पॉवर्टी इज लो, पॉवर्टी इज मीडियम एंड पॉवर्टी इज हाई इन अ कंट्री. हाई पॉवर्टी मीन्स मेनी पीपल विल बी बिलो पॉवर्टी लाइन. बहुत लोग पॉवर्टी लाइन के नीचे हैं. लो पॉवर्टी मीन्स कुछ लोग पॉवर्टी लाइन के नीचे हैं. सो ओके फाइन, वी अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट हाई, मीडियम एंड लो मीन. कुछ तो रैंकिंग हो सकता है, बट आई कैन नॉट टेल यू द डिफरेंस. राइट. सो दैट is not there. Then the third one that we have is that is called as interval scale. अब interval scale में what happens is that I can actually go ahead and I can tell you the difference as well. तो जैसे for example when I say IQ score, so now I can tell you the difference between the different score of students. When I go ahead and when I tell you the temperature, तो I can tell you ना that what is the difference between temperature in Delhi and Bombay. कितना difference है. So we can go ahead and we can measure the difference, and difference is meaningful. Difference का कुछ मतलब है. The difference means something, right? So this is what is called as interval scale. And at last we have something which is called as ratio scale. So ratio scale, basically what happens is that in a ratio scale we have equal intervals, right? In a ratio scale basically we have there is presence of true zero also, right? Whereas in an interval scale there is no, I mean zero is arbitrary, zero is not absolute, right? So for example, I'll give you another example to understand this thing. Just when I talk about interval scale, a calendar year is an interval scale. ठीक है. तो आई कैन गो अहेड एंड आई कैन टेल यू कि 2025 से 2027 में कितने इयर्स का गैप है. राइट. आई कैन मेजर इन टर्म्स ऑफ डेज ऑल्सो. But there is no starting point really, right? That starting point zero is arbitrary. ठीक है. I can start from 2025 and I can go till 2027. I can start from 1993 and I can go till 2027. I can start from 1987. I can go till 2027. माने there is no, the zero is arbitrary. I am choosing from what to what. ठीक है. But when I go ahead and when I talk about the ratio scale, then in ratio scale true zero exists, right? For example, weight, right? So when I say my weight is this many kgs, I know I'm starting from the actual zero. Zero से ही कितना difference है, right? When I say height, I know I'm starting from 0 centimeter to a certain centimeter. When I say age, I know 0 years से start होके I have reached a certain age, right? So when I say ratio में comparison भी है, difference also means something, but a true zero value also exists. ठीक है. So these are the different things that you have. You will read it through. ठीक है. I have measured this. I have written it here also. Zero means something here, and this is the scale comparison. Read it. ठीक है. नाउ लेट्स टॉक अबाउट द डिफरेंट मेजर्स, जिसमें हम सबसे पहले बात करेंगे अबाउट मीन. When I talk about mean, तो basically mean में there are going to be the different kind of questions जो इसमें आ सकते हैं. सबसे पहला तो we need to go ahead and we need to understand the basic formulas of mean. Then we need to understand what is grouped mean. Then we need to understand mean when a wrong value is given. उसके बाद you need to understand geometric mean, harmonic mean, and relation between AM, GM, and HM, and last, weighted average. मीन में ये सारा चीजें इंपॉर्टेंट है. ठीक है. First of all, let us go ahead and let us talk about the basic formula of mean. So, basic formula of mean, all of us know. Whenever we have to write about mean, mean is nothing but summation xi by n. Right? Now, whenever you are given frequencies for x, जब भी हमें x का frequency दिया होगा, माने I'm given x is 1, 2, 3, 4, and इसका कुछ frequency given है. 1 का frequency 5, 2 का frequency 1, 3 का frequency 2, 4 का frequency 2. Then the formula of mean will become summation x into frequency upon sum of the frequencies. ठीक है. If you are given a continuous data set, so for example, if I am given that my x is 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50, और यहाँ पे ना हमें कुछ frequencies भी given है, fx भी given है. I'll take the same, suppose 5, 1, 2, 2, 3, ऐसा कुछ given है. Then we can go ahead and we can find midpoint. Midpoint is lower value plus upper value or higher value. So lower interval value, upper interval value divided by 2. तो माने फर्स्ट का मिड पॉइंट हो जाएगा 0 प्लस 10 बाई 2. 10 बाई 2 इज 5. देन 10 प्लस 20, 30 बाई 2 15. 20 प्लस 30, 50 बाई 2 25. 70 बाई 2 35. 90 बाई 2 45. अब मिड पॉइंट आने के बाद you will simply use the formula summation m into fx by summation fx. So you will multiply this. Okay, this is, sorry, 135 now. You will multiply this and add this together. ये आपका numerator होगा. You will add this together and this will become your denominator. ठीक है. So this is basically called your data set with your continuous interval. अब suppose आपका जो डेटा है वो थोड़ा सा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है. ठीक है. The frequencies are very high, the intervals are very high. So we can go ahead and we can work with something which is known as assumed mean. With the presence of assumed mean, the formula of mean becomes A plus summation F into D upon summation F. This is, for example, let's say मेरा data set है 100, 102, 105, 107, 109. It's a big data set, big numbers आते हैं. और इनका कुछ फ्रीक्वेंसी दिया हुआ है fx 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, कुछ ऐसा. Then what I can do is I can take some number as assumed mean and I can find deviation. तो deviation हो जाएगा x minus assumed mean. So 100 minus 5 minus 5, 102 minus 5, 100 minus 3, 0, 2, and 4. And then I can find d into f. So I can multiply this together add this. This will become my numerator here. Add the frequencies together. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And this will become my denominator. So my formula will become assumed mean 105 plus जो भी यहाँ पे आंसर होगा 8, 9, 10 minus 11 minus 1 upon the sum of the frequencies, which is 9. This will be your mean. Right? So we can use the formula of assumed mean also. Assumed mean में कुछ नहीं करना है. You take a value, center point पे कुछ value ले लो. That becomes your assumed mean. Assumed means you're assuming कि mean will be very close to 105 because it lies in the center. So you have taken some assumed mean. Then you find the deviation by doing x minus a, and then you just do d into f and you use this formula. Sometimes ये जो हमारा d होता है, this may also have something in common. जैसे for example, अगर ये होता data 1000, 1020, 1050, 1070, 1090, तो when we would have found out the difference, जब हम d निकालते, I would have got minus 50, minus 30, 20 and 40. माने इसमें you would have noticed that when you find d में कुछ common निकल रहा है. Like here, all of them are multiple of 10. So then you can go ahead and you can find a variable first and उसको you can call that as d dash. और ये d dash क्या होगा? ये d dash हो जाएगा d divided by h, where h is the common height. तो यहाँ पे divided by 10 if I do, I will get minus 5, minus 3, 0, 2 and 4. And in this case, my formula of mean will become A plus summation f into d dash divided by summation f into the height. एक ही बात है. I have divided it by height and then multiplied it back with height. ठीक है? So this is the only thing which you have to keep in mind. Any doubt in this? Anyone? Okay. Now we can move on to weighted mean. So when we talk about the weighted mean is basically summation w into x by summation w, where w is the weight given. अब यूजुअली ये कहाँ यूज होता है? द वेटेड एवरेज मीन इज यूजुअली यूज्ड इन प्राइस इंडेक्स या क्वांटिटी इंडेक्स, राइट? सो फॉर एग्जांपल, इफ आई टेल यू दैट आई एम गिवन फूड का क्वांटिटी 100 kg, 150 kg, 120 kg, and I am given weights, and weight is based on the price of the food, right? Like price is 2, price is 3, price is 2. And I ask you find the average quantity of food. कुछ नहीं करना है. You will do summation x, I'm calling this x only, into w by summation w. तो इसको I will multiply. ये हो जाएगा 200, 450, 240, 09448, 890 divided by 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And ये आपका weighted mean आ जाएगा. This will be your weighted mean. ठीक है? उसके बाद we have the formula of combined mean. Combined mean is usually used whenever you are given some groups. Groups माने suppose you are given males and female, and in दोनों केस में you are also given their wages. आपको उनका wage भी दिया हुआ है. So whenever we will find combined mean, x bar, I can call this as C. This will be number of the first group into the mean of that group plus number of people in second group into the mean of that group upon the total number of people. Combined and group mean is same, huh? Mean is equal to A plus summation f d by f, where d is A minus A, x minus A by h. No, if you're dividing by h, you have to multiply back by h. See, Here, if I divide by h, I have to also multiply back by h. So it will be summation f into d dash into h. ठीक है, तो ये हो गया हमारा कंबाइंड मीन. अब द नेक्स्ट थिंग, हाँ, कंबाइंड मीन इज ऑल्सो कॉल्ड एज ग्रुप मीन. करेक्ट. अब आ जाते हैं हम ज्योमेट्रिक मीन पे. प्राइजेस विल ऑलवेज बी कंसिडर्ड एज वेट ना, नॉट नेसेसरी. माने अगर प्राइस इंडेक्स निकाल रहे हो तो क्वांटिटी कैन ऑल्सो बी द वेट. ऐसा कोई कंपल्शन नहीं है. ठीक है. ओके, नाउ लेट्स टॉक अबाउट ज्योमेट्रिक मीन. Geometric mean is very simple. There are two formulas of geometric mean. First formula is that it is x1 into x2 till xn to the power 1 by n. ठीक है. और अगर ये gm है, if this is gm, x1 into x2 till xn to the power 1 by n, so we can take log on both side and I can get log gm is equal to log x1 till xn to the power 1 by n. And we know log m to the power n is n log m. तो ये जो this factor, this can come here. So we will get log gm is equal to 1 by n log x1 till xn. So this is nothing but log gm is equal to 1 by n. अच्छा, then I know कि log m n is log m plus log n. So I can add them together. It will be log x1 plus log x2 till log xn. So this will be summation log xi, I from 1 to n by n log gm. So gm will be take anti-log summation log xi, I from 1 to n by n. This is another formula. I think ये notes में मैंने नहीं दिया है. So you make a note of this somewhere here. One formula is this, GM का. And the other formula is this. Okay. So nothing. I have just taken log on both sides. So when I take log here, this becomes log GM. If I take log here, it becomes log into this. I've just used the property log m to the power n is n log m. So this power comes down. So power has come here into this log. Then I've used the property log m into n is log m plus log n. So since all of them are getting multiplied, they will come separately in addition. So it becomes log x1 plus log x2 till log xn. So I've just generalized it and written summation log xi. और उसके बाद क्योंकि ये log gm इक्वल टू दिस था, तो gm माने जब log दूसरी साइड जाएगा it will become anti-log. So I've just taken anti-log here and this is the answer. Yes, माने so no, it depends what formula you want to use. So जैसे for example, if I say find gm, if I say find gm of 4, 5, 6, 7. तो मेथड 1 will say कि gm is equal to 4 into 5 into 6 into 7 to the power 1 by 4. And method 2 will say gm is equal to anti-log of log 4 plus log 5 plus log 6 plus log 7 divided by 4. Up to you. You can use any using calculator. Log values will be given. Otherwise, you can use this formula. using calculator. Anyways, you will be given a calculator. Huh? Okay. So this becomes your GM ka formula. Then you have harmonic mean, HM. So harmonic mean में there are two formulas. एक simple harmonic mean है, which is n upon summation 1 by x. And एक weighted harmonic mean है, if weights are given, which will be summation w upon summation w by x. Depends again कि what question is given to you. So I'll just give you an example of this. जैसे if x is given as 1, 2, 3, 4, तो 1 by x will be 1 by 1, 1 by 2, 1 by 3, 1 by 4. So this formula will become 4 divided by 1 by 1 plus 1 by 2 plus 1 by 3 plus 1 by 4. ठीक है. There is a video on index number, beta. You can refer to microeconomics. Index number पे complete lectures provided है. So we can take them, but don't say that it's not on the portal. ठीक है, तो ये आपका हो गया HN. Now let's talk about the relationships. So AM is greater than equal to GM is greater than equal to HM. This is the relationship between AM, GM and HM. ठीक है. Now इसी में just remember that sometimes they ask you mean deviation. ठीक है, mean deviation, about mean. ध्यान से समझो, why two mean are coming. मीन डिविएशन मीन्स आपको एवरेज निकालना है. एवरेज किसका? एवरेज ऑफ डिविएशन. अबाउट मीन मीन्स यू हैव टू सब्ट्रैक्ट ईच वैल्यू फ्रॉम मीन. किससे डिविएशन निकालना है? फ्रॉम वेयर यू हैव टू फाइंड द डिफरेंस? फ्रॉम मीन. एंड व्हाट यू हैव टू डू? यू हैव टू फाइंड द एवरेज. सो मीन डिविएशन अबाउट मीन का मीनिंग क्या हो गया? मीन डिविएशन अबाउट मीन मीन समेशन xi माइनस x बार divided by n. ठीक है. एंड इफ फ्रीक्वेंसी इज गिवन, समेशन f xi माइनस x बार अपॉन समेशन f. These are your formulas of mean deviation about mean. ठीक है. तो फॉर एग्जाम्पल लेट्स से कि आई हैव अ डेटा 1 2 3 4 5 and I know कि इसका mean comes out to be 3. So I will find xi minus x bar. So 1 minus 3 minus 2 minus 1 0 1 2. I will find its absolute value. So 2 1 0 1 2. I will add them 2 2 4 1 5 and 6. So mean deviation about mean will become 6 divided by 5. What will be the formula if there is frequency in HM? This we did, right? Only W will be replaced with frequency. W is kind of frequency only. Weight and frequency, there is not much difference. हाँ जी. Any doubt, anyone? ठीक है. तो अब एक और कॉन्सेप्ट आता है. इट इज अ हाई प्रोबेबिलिटी दिस ईयर कहीं ना कहीं यू मे सी दिस क्वेश्चन विच इज ऑन ट्रिम्ड मीन. इट्स एन इम्पॉर्टेंट कॉन्सेप्ट जो स्टैट्स की डिवोर में कवर्ड है. So if you ever find time, I think it's covered in my stats videos also. You do them. Trimmed mean. तो trimmed mean का meaning क्या है? Trimmed mean is very simple. Trimmed mean just goes ahead and says that we want to find mean after going ahead and after removing the outliers. Because mean is getting affected by outliers. Mean outliers से बहुत ज़्यादा affect हो जाता है. So what we want to do is we want to reduce the influence of outlier. जैसे for example, my data is given to me and ये data ऐसा कुछ है 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 100. अब clearly this 100 is an outlier. वो data से it's not matching. And I know कि if I will find the mean, so the mean will become very close to 100, even if most of the observations are very less than 100, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You find the mean, ये mean बहुत closer to 100 आएगा. Even though it should not be that close to 100. So in that case, what we want to do is, we want to reduce the influence of the outlier. So when we want to reduce the influence of outlier, what we can do is, we can say find P% trimmed mean. Find P% trimmed mean. And P% trimmed mean का क्या meaning है? माने you reduce the data by P%, because ये 100 बहुत highly misleading है. The value of this 100, this is very misleading. So we have to remove this. हमें ये हटाना है. How can we remove it? So suppose this P can be anything. Suppose if I ask you find 25% trimmed mean. Right? So you remove 25% data from both ends. Suppose I'll add one more value. Let's say so that calculation thoda easy ho. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and say I have 0.25 also here. There are 8 observations. So 25% of 8 will mean 25 by 100 into 8. So it will be 2. That means I have to remove 2 observations, right? So I have to remove 2 observations. कहाँ से? From each side. I will reduce 2 observations. 2 हटाओगे, but you will reduce them from each side. तो माने you will reduce these 2 observations and you will reduce these 2 observations. And then you will find the mean of the remaining observations. ठीक है? So this will be called as trimmed mean. Trimmed mean का मतलब होता है, meaning of trimmed mean is you reduce certain observation from both sides so that you get better accuracy by removing the outliers. Okay, I'll zoom out. What if answer is in decimal? Then you take an approximate value. Then you remove 2. 1.75 is closer to 2 now. Done. Again, okay. So we are talking about trimmed mean. Trimmed mean माने we are talking about removing the outliers. Outliers को हटाने के लिए जो भी हमें परसेंटेज दिया होगा, हम उतना डेटा दोनों साइड से हटाएंगे. जैसे if someone tells you find 10% trimmed mean and 8 observations are given to me. So I will find 10% of 8. ये आ गया 0.8, right? Which is approximately 1. माने आई विल रिमूव 1 ऑब्जर्वेशन फ्रॉम बोथ साइड. तो एक यहां से ऑब्जर्वेशन हटा दो और एक यहां से ऑब्जर्वेशन हटा दो. एंड यू फाइंड द मीन ऑफ रिमेनिंग ऑब्जर्वेशन. तो रिमेनिंग ऑब्जर्वेशन विल बी 0.25, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 divided by 6. This is called your 10% trimmed mean. Yes, when 2.5, it's your discretion. You can take 2 or you can take 3. It's because it's exactly the center. Clear हुआ ये बात? Okay. Now, so let's go ahead. I hope mean से related सब कुछ clear है. Let's take few questions, then we will proceed. Solve. Put data in ascending order. Yes, only then I know the outliers. Of course, yes. Random data mein, how would I know the outliers? Okay. So you have to tell me if it is true or false. Okay. So if AM is equal to GM, right? Then all observation must have been equal. Think. By tomorrow, I will add a stats का MCQ book for all of you. Practice that, huh? Before your exam, वो जरूर करके जाना है. So we will look for two uh, two observation data set. So if there are just two observation, AM will be what beta? X1 plus X2 by 2. And GM will be what? X1 into X2 under root. So I am saying X1 plus X2 by 2 is equal to X1 into X2 under root. So X1 plus X2 is equal to 2X1 X2 under root. So if I square both sides, X1 plus X2 whole square is equal to 4X1 into X2. X1 square plus X2 square plus 2X1 X2 is equal to 4X1 X2. X1 square plus X2 square minus 2X1 X2 is 0. So X1 minus X2 whole square is 0. That means if I equate it to 0, X1 will be equal to X2. है ना? तो yes, if AM and GM are equal, then it must have been true कि the observations would have been equal. All observations are same. Correct. Okay. So again, true or false? 50% trimmed mean is a special case of median. Yes, correct. True हो गया ना. 50% trim means माने क्या? From the entire data set, I have removed 50% of observation from here and 50 from here. Mane, I'm left up with only the centermost observation. And what is median? Median is that centermost observation. So, yes, that is correct. That 50% trimmed mean is approximately nothing but the median only. Right? So, it is the same thing. Okay. Now, so match the following. Give it a try. Okay, fine, good. Harmonic mean, grouped mean, wrong values, geometric mean. ठीक है. Now suppose if I tell you that the mean of 40 students of section A marks is 60 and the mean of 60 students section B is 50, find mean of class as a whole. ठीक है, I'll do a question on wrong value, don't worry. Find mean of class as a whole. Correct. So mean of 40 students दिया हुआ है 60 and 60 students दिया हुआ है 50. So combined mean will be 40 into 60, 60 into 50 divided by 40 plus 60. Just find the value, huh? Whatever the answer is. Okay. Now suppose I reverse the question and you are given that mean of 30 students is 20, right? Combined mean is 26. Find mean of another group if there are 20 students in it. Do it. You're given combined mean is 26. So combined mean is x1 into n1 plus x2 into n2 upon n1 plus n2. Combined mean is 26. Mean of 30 student is 20. And second mean I don't know. But I know that there are how many students in it? 20. And denominator is n1 plus n2. Okay. Okay, so you can just find the value of x2 bar. Use it in this equation. Okay, ठीक है. So you're given कि AM of two number is 10 and HM is 8. You have to find GM. So I think we didn't write the formula. GM is AM into HM under root. What will be the answer? Good. Okay. So you can just put it here 10 into 8 under root and that will be your GM. Okay. Okay. Now one last thing is whenever we have to go ahead and we have to do a wrong value question. So for example, if you are given that the mean of say 20 observation is 40, right? And later it was found that one value which was 30 was wrongly taken as 50. Mane correct value is 30 and you had taken as 50. Find correct mean. So mean of 20 observation is 40. There was one value which you had wrongly taken at 50, but it should be 30. So what will be the formula of correct mean? It will be summation x into f, right? Yes, summation x into n, right? Minus wrong observation plus correct observation divided by number of observation. So you will find the total 40 into 20, 800. You will subtract जो आपने गलत observation लिया हुआ था. You will add back the new observation. So this will be your new sum and divide it by the number of observations. And this will be your corrected mean. ठीक है? Clear? You can do this for multiple observation also. माने अगर ऐसा कुछ दिया होता that the mean of 25 observation is 60 and two values were wrong, 45 and 80. And the correct value should have been say 60 and 100. So you can do the same formula for this also. So you will do 25 into 60, subtract the wrong observations, add the correct observation and divide by the number of observation. तो जितना भी ऑब्जर्वेशन गिवन है, डज नॉट मैटर. You will go ahead and find summation x into f, subtract the wrong observations, add the right observations, and divide by the number of observations, right? Okay, so with this we come to the end of mean. Now let's talk about median. Read, 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 read. This as well, this as well. Very important. Read all properties जो भी यहां दिया हुआ है ऑफ मीन. अगर मीन से क्वेश्चन आएगा प्रॉपर्टीज में, ओनली दीज प्रॉपर्टीज विल बी आस्क्ड. सो यू हैव टू रीड देम very very carefully and make sure that you write notes on them. ठीक है, change of scale, origin, everything. Okay, now let's talk about median. So median का meaning हो गया that you are basically talking about the middle value, whatever divides the data set in half. ठीक है, so अब median में 50% of the observations are below and 50% of the observations are above. Median is also called as positional average because it tells you the position. It is not affected by extreme values. Outliers से उससे मतलब नहीं है because it is talking about the center value, right? How do we find median? To find the median of individual data, first you arrange them in ascending order. If there is odd number of data, then it will be n plus 1 by 2th observation. And if it is even, then it is going to be n by 2th observation plus n by 2 plus 1th observation divided by 2. ठीक है, तो ये हो गया आपका even. जैसे for example, if you have 2, 4, 6, 8 even observation, so it will be 4 by 2th observation plus 4 by 2 plus 1th observation divided by 2. माने second observation plus second plus 1th observation by 2. So second observation plus third observation by 2. So second observation and third observation 4 plus 6 by 2. ठीक है, so this will be your formula of median. अब whenever you are given a median where you have discrete distribution, ठीक है, then you will convert the frequencies to cumulative frequency and you will find n by 2th observation. ठीक है, you will convert frequency into cumulative frequency, you will find n by 2 and identify the value whose CF just exceeds n by 2. जैसे for example, if I am given x is 1, 2, 3, 4 and इसका frequency given है 2, 4, 5, 2, तो I will find cumulative frequency. ये हो गया 2, this is 2 plus 4, 6, 2 plus 4 plus 5, 11, 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 2, 13. Now I will do n by 2, 13 divided by 2, 6.5. And find that observation जिसका cumulative frequency exceeds 6.5, माने this. क्योंकि यहाँ पे CF is coming 11. So this becomes my median. ठीक है. The next one that you have is median for continuous frequency. So if you have continuous frequency, then the median becomes lower plus n by 2 minus CF, right, divided by F into H. Where did it go? Into H. Okay. यहाँ पे भी हम लिख लेते हैं. So L is my lower limit of the median class. Right? N is my total frequency. CF cumulative frequency है, but this is of before median class. ठीक है, f is frequency of the median class and h is the height. जैसे for example, if I have to formulate a question, say you're given 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30 and 30 to 40. ठीक है, so you're given some frequency 5, 7, 15 and 13. If I add the frequencies together, 20 plus 20 gives me 40. So n by 2 will be 40 divided by 2, 20. Now I find cumulative frequency. So 5, 12, 12 plus 15, 27 and 40. ठीक है, अब मुझे निकालना है मीडियन क्लास क्या है. सो फॉर दैट इट शुड एक्सीड n by 2. इट शुड एक्सीड 20. सो ये रहा 27. So this is my median class because its CF is exceeding this 20. ठीक है, now I will put it in the formula. तो L is the lower limit of the median class, माने 20. N by 2 is 20. Cumulative frequency before the median class, माने 12. Frequency of the median class, माने 15. And height of the median class, so this difference, 30 minus 20, 10. This, you solve it and get the answer. Right? So this is how you can find the median. Okay. Now, you can also find median graphically. To find the median graphically, we use something which is known as ogive. Ogive method may we go ahead and we draw the frequency, the cumulative frequency curves, the CF curves. So we draw two CF curve. एक को बोल देते हैं हम less than CF curve and एक को हम बोल देते हैं more than CF curve. Right? And wherever these two meet, that is what becomes your median. Okay, so for example, if I have to go ahead and I have to do it for the same one, I'll do it here, huh? So, 1 second, let me do it here itself if possible. Okay, so less than CF. Less than CF means less than 10, less than 20, less than 30, less than 40. So less than 10, less than 20, less than 30, less than 40. Less than 10 में कितना frequency है? How many are less than 10? Only 5? How many are less than 20? These 5 also and these 7 also, so 12. How many are less than 30? So 15 plus 7 plus 5, ये सब less than 30 है. So less than 30 becomes 27. And how many are less than 40? You get 40. Right? Then you make more than CF curve. So you get more than 0, more than 10, more than 20, more than 30. So how many are more than 0? Everything is more than 0, right? So everything is more than 0. How many are more than 10? These are more than 10, right? This is not more than 10. These observations lie between 0 to 10. So how many are more than 10? You get 20 and 35. How many are more than 20? These observations lie above 20, right? So how many are more than 20? 28. How many are more than 30? 13. How many are more than 40? 0. Okay. So you have got less than curve and you've got more than curve. Less than curve, if you can see, will be increasing 5, 12, 27, 40. So this is my less than curve 5, 12, 27, and 40. And then there will be a more than curve, which is decreasing 40, 35, 28, 13, and it goes to 0. Wherever these two curves intersect, less than ogive and more than ogive, that value becomes the median. Right? That is your median. So median can be found graphically through these ogive curve. Ogive curve क्या करता है? Ogive is nothing but it is telling you the frequencies. There can be a less than ogive curve, which tells you the less than values, and there can be a more than ogive curve. Wherever these two intersect, जहाँ पे भी ये intersect करेंगे, वहीं पे you will go ahead and you will get the equilibrium. Is it clear? वो आपका median हो गया. So these are the different values, formulas for median. Now let's go to mode. Okay, fine. Now mode is what? Mode is the highest value that we go ahead and we have, right? Mode maybe we can go ahead and we can have data which is discrete, or it can be a continuous interval data. So I'll write down all the formulas here. Mode. Mode is something which can be found through the histogram. Okay, so for example, if I make a histogram, and I've taken some observation 10, 20, 30, 40, and यहाँ पे frequency है. So you can see कि this is the highest frequency. So this becomes my mode. Mode के साथ साथ histogram can also represent classes. जैसे for example, this is 10 to 20 का class. ठीक है, this is 20 to 30 का class. This is 30 to 40 का class. Then this will be called as a modal class क्योंकि इसका highest frequency आ रहा है. So anything with the highest frequency, जिसका भी frequency सबसे highest होगा, that will be your mode. So for example, if I give you the data set 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 8, 8, 9, 6, 7, 2, 3, something like this. You have to find which is the observation जिसका highest frequency है. Clearly 8 has the highest frequency. So this becomes the mode. When we have a continuous frequency distribution, then the formula of mode becomes L plus F1 minus F0 upon 2F1 minus F0 minus F2 into the height. Okay, where F1 is your modal class, F0 is your preceding class, and F2 is your succeeding class. ठीक है, तो इसको हम कैसे कर सकते हैं? जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल इफ आई एम गिवन अ डेटा 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, एंड यहाँ पर आई एम गिवन सम फ्रीक्वेंसीज 40, 30, 50 एंड 40. सो क्लियरली दिस इज द हाइएस्ट फ्रीक्वेंसी, तो ये मेरा मॉडल क्लास हो गया. ठीक है, सो दिस बिकम्स F1. प्रिसीडिंग माने ये हो गया F0, सक्सीडिंग माने ये हो गया F2. क्लास हाइट ये गैप 10 का, एंड लोअर वैल्यू इसका हो गया 20. जस्ट पुट देम इन द फॉर्मूला. सो 20 F1 minus F0 upon 2 times F1, 100 minus 30 minus 40 into height, 10. This will be your answer. So this becomes the answer to this question. Okay? Is it clear? This is how you can find the mode. Now last they may ask you question on the relationship between mode, mean and median. So just remember, mode is 3 median minus 2 mean. Okay? If median is equal to mean, अगर हम इसको और इसको equal put कर देते हैं, say some x, then mode will become 3x minus 2x माने x. So mode will also be x. Right? So this is the relationship of this. Now, the last thing that we have is the different types of distribution and the relationship. And इसी से हम types of distribution अब समझने की कोशिश करेंगे. So the distribution can be symmetric. It can be positively skewed, or it can be negatively skewed. अभी के लिए सिर्फ mean, median, mode में I am telling the relation. We'll come to the formulas a bit later. So if I have symmetric data set, it means that mean, median and mode will be equal. If I have positively skewed, to mean is greater than median, will be greater than mode. Mean greater than median greater than mode माने क्या? देखो यहाँ पे ये सारा वैल्यूज है x का वैल्यू 1 है, 2 है, 3 है, 4 है, 5 है. Mean more than median means mean is here, then median is here, then mode is here. And what was mode? Mode was where we had the highest frequency. तो highest frequency यहाँ रही होगी, and then frequencies कम रही होंगी. So this is how the data would look. Similarly, when we say negatively skewed, तो negatively skewed में mean less than median, less than mode. Right? So again, just think about it. Mean is here, then median, then mode. And mode has the highest frequency we know. Mode का frequency means that number which has the highest frequency. तो जो भी यहाँ पे number है, whatever number is here, that number has highest frequency. So it means that the data is looking like this. Right? So this is how you can picturize this data set. And here you have all three equal. This is mean, median, and mode. Okay. Is it clear? Mean, median, mode में सब clear हो गया. So if I come back to the notes, I want you to read this. Read. 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 Okay. Now we'll talk about dispersions. Yes, you can measure, you can tell them like right tail, left tail, वो सब भी you can go ahead and you can say, या skewed data, left skewed, right skewed वैसे भी बोल सकते हो, या negative skewed, positive skewed भी बोल सकते हो, all those are right. Doubt related to quartile, decile and percentile. Yes, tell me the doubt. Yes, Aditi, tell me what's the doubt?
Ma'am, if the term value comes, matlab, if if the observations are for like 8 values, and when you are either getting the percentile or the decile in a value that's coming like 8th or 8.9th value, then which value should we be choosing?
Let me see if I've understood your doubt correctly. So you are going ahead and you are saying that you are finding out n plus 1 by 4 and the answer is coming in decimal. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, it's more like if you have a distribution of let's say if there are like 5 data sets, and when you are either getting the percentile in a, like, we usually get a 10th value, right, or like some value, and then we choose that value from the data set. If it's the 6th value that's coming, then the 6th value would be the our answer, right? But if we are getting the percentile as a value that's 8.9 term, but we only have 8 terms in the data set, then which value should we be choosing?
Exactly. So basically, you're just asking what happens when you go ahead and you get the question with a decimal. That's it, right? Okay. So, for example, let's take a question in that. Anyone who can answer this? We have done this in class. So let's say you have a data 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I asked you to find first quartile. Give it a try, all of you. Give it a try. Yes, good. So whenever you are given a data like this, first of all, you will put them in ascending order. This is in ascending order. है ना? Then you will, because I have to find the quartile. Quartile का formula is n plus 1 by 4 into k, where k means whether it is first, second or third. So if it is first quartile, k takes the value 1. If it is second quartile, k takes the value 2. If it is third quartile, k takes the value 3. So since it is first quartile, k takes the value 1. Number of observation are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 plus 1, 8. My bad. This will give... Let me remove 1. यहाँ पे तो you are getting a number directly. So answer will be 4. Let's say the data is this. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. And now you have to find the first quartile. So again you will put it in this. So k, n plus 1 by 4. So k will be 1. N will be 6 plus 1 by 4. So this will give you 7 by 4th observation. Can you tell me what is 7 by 4 in decimal quickly? 1.75, right? So now you will go ahead and you will work on this. So 1.75 means that you will take first observation completely, because this is 1, plus 0.75 times second minus first observation. So whatever comes after decimal, usko aap yahan loge. And then you will do second minus first observation. Why second? क्योंकि यहाँ पे हमने first लिया है ना. So second minus first observation. ठीक है. So this will be first observation plus 0.75 times 4 minus 2. This will be your answer. Ab similarly, suppose if I ask you in question, find third quartile. So it will be k into n plus 1 by fourth observation. So k becomes 3, n plus 1 by fourth observation. So 3, n is number of observations are 6 plus 1 by 4. So it will be 3 into 1.75. Okay. Just tell me what number you are getting here. 3.5. So it means it will be third observation because 3 is coming here, plus because 0.5 is coming here, 0.5. Ye third hai na? So it will be fourth minus third observation. So third observation, 1, 2, 3, which is 5, plus 0.5. Fourth minus 6 minus 5. So it will be 5 plus 0.5 into 1, 5.5. Clear? Is it clear now? Okay. So whatever, I hope this is clear. Whatever you get here, जो भी यहाँ पे 3 into 1.75 करके आएगा, you just use that to solve. ठीक? Okay, so I hope now it is clear. So now let's go and talk about the dispersion. When we talk about dispersion, in dispersion, सबसे important, of course, standard deviation ही है, but we must go ahead and know all other dispersions also. It can come as match the following. It can come as just putting them in ascending order. Just they may give you a data. I give you a data 4, 5, 6, 7. And then I tell you, find range, standard deviation, mean deviation, median deviation, and put them in ascending order. ऐसा कुछ भी बोल सकते हैं. Right? So what is dispersion? So dispersion goes ahead and tells me the spread of the data set. How spread is the data set? Right? In which the first thing that we have, that is called as range. So range is lower, range is largest minus smallest, या upper minus lower. ठीक है. रेंज इज वेरी वेरी सिंपल बट रेंज इज वेरी एक्सट्रीम टू आउटलायर. जैसे जैसे आउटलायर आते रहेंगे तो रेंज को उससे बहुत ज्यादा फर्क पड़ेगा क्योंकि वो अपर एंड लोअर वैल्यू को ही लेते हुए चल रही है. राइट. सो रेंज इज वन ऑफ द, I can say, one of the tools which should not be used very casually. Unless required, only then you should be going ahead and using range. Okay. Range may, we can also find the coefficient of range, and the coefficient of range is lowest, largest minus smallest upon largest plus smallest. The next one that we have, that is known as quartile deviation. Quartile deviation का formula हो जाता है Q3 minus Q1 by 2. We have just learned कैसे निकालते हैं Q3 and Q1. And the coefficient of quartile deviation is Q3 minus Q1 upon Q3 plus Q1. I wanted to discuss it now, but we have done this discussion, how to find the quartile deviation. Okay. Then you have mean deviation. Mean deviation can be around mean or it can be around median. अगर mean deviation around mean है, then the formula is summation xi minus x bar upon n. And if it is around median, then it is summation xi minus median absolute value divided by n. Okay. Then you have the formulas of standard deviation. Standard deviation का most easiest formula is summation xi minus x bar whole square by n. This is called as variance. And when we find its under root, then we go ahead and get standard deviation. Right? Standard deviation is the most often and commonly used tool. अब एक चीज स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन में याद रखना है, which we usually do in hypothesis testing, that the formula differs for population and sample. अगर population है, if it is population, then it will be summation xi minus x bar whole square divided by n. This will be variance and its under root will be standard deviation. But if it is sample, so then it will become summation xi minus x bar whole square divided by n minus 1 and its under root will become the standard deviation. Okay. Whenever you have to find coefficient of anything, okay. So coefficient किस किस का बोल सकते हैं? They can ask you to find coefficient of range. वो हो जाएगा largest minus smallest upon largest plus smallest. Coefficient of quartile deviation, Q3 minus Q1 upon Q3 plus Q1. Coefficient of mean deviation, it will be mean deviation upon mean if it is around mean. And if it is around median, so it will be mean deviation upon median. Right? And at last, coefficient of variation. Agar coefficient of variation hai, it will be sigma by x bar into 100, where sigma is standard deviation. Right? So these are some of the coefficients which can be asked in exam. Is it clear? Please make a note of all these formulas, put them in one formula sheet for your exam perspective. Okay, so let's do some true false. First, mean deviation is minimum when taken from median. Hanji, is it true or false? अच्छा ठीक है. Question. Data I'm giving you. 2, 4, 6, 8, 100. ठीक है. Find mean deviation around mean. Find mean deviation around median. Give me the values. Hanji, what answer are we getting? Mean deviation around mean nikalo. Find the mean. 2 plus 4 plus 6 plus 8 plus 100 divided by 5. So 8, 9, 10, 20, 120 by 5, 24. Mean deviation around mean means summation xi minus x bar absolute value divided by n. This is the formula we have studied, right? So what will happen? 2 minus 24, 4 minus 24, 6 minus 24, take them in absolute values. 8 minus 24, 100 minus 24 divided by 5. Tell me the answer. फिर around median तो third value हो जाएगा in this case. So 2 minus 6, 4 minus 6, 6 minus 6, 8 minus 6, 100 minus 6 divided by 5. Tell me the answer for both. Okay, for the first one, it is 30.4. What about the second one? 20.4. Is it less with mean or median? Median. So ये एक property हो गया that summation xi minus a in absolute value is least when a is median. When you find deviation around median and absolute value, it is the minimum. ठीक है? Okay, tell me if this is true or false. Summation xi minus a whole square is minimum when a is mean. Good. True. Sum of squared is minimum when taken around mean. Very good. ठीक है. अच्छा ये बताओ. Summation xi minus a is 0 when a is mean. Correct. True. So if I don't take absolute value, अगर मैं directly add करूं without taking absolute value, then the sum of deviation from mean is always 0. So sum of deviation from mean is 0. When there is no absolute value. ठीक है? But if someone gives the question about mean deviation from mean and mean deviation around median, then mean deviation around median is the least. ठीक है? Okay. Skewness and Kurtosis. We'll begin talking about movements. Now, when we talk about movements, सबसे पहले we want to understand what are raw movements. Raw movement is any movement when we go ahead and when we find the direct movement. Direct movement माने when we just find the expected value. Expected value माने we just find the mean in a way. So the raw movement can simply be written as the expected value. Like for example, the first raw movement, that can be written as summation x by n, right? The second raw movement will be summation x square by n. The third raw movement will be summation x cube by n. Fourth raw movement will be summation x to the power 4 by n. These are the first four raw moments. You can see clearly that this is called as mean, summation x by n, right? And the second raw moment is used in variance, third raw moment skewness, and fourth raw moment in kurtosis. We'll talk about that. So ये हो गई raw moment when we directly find raw values. Then we have movements around the mean or movement about the mean. So if they ask you find the first movement around mean, माने it is summation xi minus x bar to the power 1 by n. And we know कि sum of deviation from mean is 0. ये information तो हमें पहले ही पता है. So we can go ahead and we can say कि this will directly be 0. If in exam they ask you to find the second movement around mean, so it will be summation xi minus x bar whole square by n. And this we know is called as variance. If they ask you find the third movement around mean, right, then we can go ahead and we can say that it will be your summation xi minus x bar to the power 3 by n. Fourth to the power 4. That is how we go ahead and we do. Okay. Sometimes they may ask you find raw movement around some random number, around some assumed number. तो वो भी कर सकते हैं. अगर mean की जगह around some number निकालना है, then I will just use that number. Okay. So movements can be raw. Movement can be around mean. Movement can be around median. Movement can be around any number also. जिस भी नंबर के अराउंड होगा यू विल फाइंड डेविएशन थ्रू दैट नंबर. ठीक है. देयर इज अ रिलेशनशिप दैट वी हैव बिटवीन द रॉ मूवमेंट एंड सेंट्रल मूवमेंट, एंड वो रिलेशनशिप्स बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. मोस्ट ऑफ द कंपेटिटिव एग्जाम ask you that relationship. ठीक है. So I have already noted those relationships here in your notes. Those relationships I have written here, I want all of you to remember them. How to convert raw movement and central movement? कैसे वो कर सकते हैं? Those relationships are mentioned here. I'll give you one example. So I know, like, let's say that the raw movement is represented like this. So what is the first raw movement? Suppose dash represents raw movement. The first raw movement will be summation x by n. And I know second raw movement will be summation x square by n. Right? Now, when we have to go ahead and when we have to find the movement around mean, okay, that means suppose let this represent mu2 represent second movement around mean. That means I am doing summation xi minus x bar whole square by n. So summation x minus x bar whole square by n. Now you know that if I open this up, I can write this as summation x square plus x bar square minus 2x x bar upon n. So I can write this as summation x square by n plus summation x bar square by n minus 2x bar summation x by n. That means I can write it as summation x square by n. Since x bar is getting summed up, matlab it is getting added up n times, so it will be n x bar square by n minus 2x bar, and this is nothing but x bar. So ये हो जाएगा summation x square by n plus x bar square minus 2x bar square माने summation x square by n minus x bar whole square. Now I know कि this is the, so summation x by n माने x bar This is the first raw movement. तो इसकी जगह पे I can plug first raw movement. X bar is nothing but first raw movement. And summation x square by n. माने this is nothing but the second raw movement. So we have found out the relationship between movement around mean with raw movements. ये एक derivation है. एक का derivation I have shown you. Similarly, others can be derived. So those you don't have to understand derivations, but you just have to remember these formulas. ये formulas important है. ठीक है? Is it clear? So you have to remember the movement ka formulas. Now, once you have understood this, let's move on to skewness. So let me explain you something today. So देखो, when we talk about mean, median, mode, this is one data point. माने mean, median, mode in a way मुझे बता रहा है कि what is that central value. So suppose it tells me the central value. Where my data center values line, that is the aim of mean, median, and mode. When we talk about deviation, like standard deviation, mean deviation, it tells us how much data is spread around that central value. उस सेंटर का वैल्यू से डेटा राइट साइड पे कितना है और लेफ्ट साइड पे कितना है. सो द डिविएशन टेल्स मी द स्प्रेड, हाउ माई डेटा इज स्प्रेड, मेरा डेटा कैसे स्प्रेड है. When we talk about skewness tells me how the data is symmetry. So is the data symmetric like this, or like this? माने वो जो frequency distribution है, where it is the highest, is it highest first and then low, 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 low? Is it highest in the center or is it highest towards the end? So skewness tells us the symmetry of the data set. And when we talk about Kurtosis, Kurtosis tells the peakness of the data. Mane, is my data like this? Is my data like this? Is it very peaked, less peaked? The peakness of the data set, that is by Kurtosis. So these four things together can help me understand the exact shape of the data. Center value, center ke around how much spread is there? Is it spread towards the left or right? Symmetry kya hai? And is it peaked or flat? वो क्या है? So these four things are important. Now, when we talk about skewness, I have already told you that skewness can be either it can be symmetric, yeah, it can be positively skewed, or it can be negatively skewed. ठीक है? Positively skewed means right tail is longer. Negatively skewed माने left tail is longer. ठीक है? अब skewness का भी there are various formulas. तो जो सबसे पहला formula है, that's a Karl-Pearson formula, which says mean minus mode upon standard deviation. But if mode is ill-defined माने कभी कभी a data can look like this, जिसमें दो values have highest frequency, right? I may not be able to tell mode in that case. So when it happens that mode cannot be defined for a data set, then we can use the formula. We know mode, median and mean के बीच का relationship. I know how mode can be converted in terms of median. 3, right? So we can go ahead and we can convert this and we can say 3 mean minus median. I can replace mode by that formula by standard deviation. This is skewness. This is the formula of skewness by Karl-Pearson. उसके बाद Bowley also gave the coefficient of skewness and he gave it based on the quartiles, right? So according to him, skewness is Q3 minus Q1, right? Sorry, Q3 plus Q1. माइनस 2Q2। ठीक है, इसको एक्चुअली आई हैव समराइज्ड इट। बुक्स कैसे लिखेंगी इसे? बुक्स विल राइट इट लाइक दिस, Q3 माइनस Q2 प्लस Q1 माइनस Q2, माने डिफरेंस बिटवीन थर्ड एंड सेकेंड एंड फर्स्ट एंड सेकेंड, ठीक है, डिवाइडेड बाय Q3 minus Q1, the bigger gap, right? So this is basically your Bowley's coefficient of skewness, and we know that Q2 is nothing but also called as median, right? So you can remember it like this, that if I have Q1 here and Q3 here and Q2 here, so numerator is this difference and this difference, and denominator is this, right? So this is what the formula of skewness is, coefficient of skewness is. Now, the next one is called as Cayley's coefficient of skewness, which is based on deciles and percentiles. So we can go ahead and say that this will be D9 plus D1 minus 2D5 upon D9 minus D1, and P90 plus P10 minus 2P50 upon P90 minus P10. ठीक है, then we also can define skewness based on the movements, right? Movements अभी हमने बताया ना, so then that can be defined as mu3 upon mu2 to the power 3 by 2, right? If this value is 0, it means it is symmetric. If it is greater than 0, it is positively skewed. Less than 0, it is negatively skewed. Okay? Where mu3 and mu2, you know, these are the central movement around mean. Central movement around mean. माने mu2 को कैसे लिख सकते हैं हम? It will be summation x minus x bar to the power 2 by n. और mu3 को कैसे लिख सकते हैं? Summation x minus x3 to the power 3 by n. ठीक है, फॉर अ नॉर्मल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, जब हम नॉर्मल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की बात करते हैं, दिस वैल्यू इज 0, न्यूमरेटर जो है वो 0 होता है, दैट इज वाई यू विल गेट दिस एज 0, सो इट विल बी अ skewed, sorry, it will be a symmetric data set, the skewness will be 0. ठीक है, so this is some of the formulas that you have to remember from the point of view of exam. Any doubt in this? Okay. DNP. Yes, so D is just the decile. So जैसे when we find the decile, the formula is K n plus 1 by 10. Decile means 10 parts, right? So if I have to find the ninth decile, it will be 9 n plus 1 by 10, where n is number of observation, right? If I have to find first decile, it will be 1 into n plus 1 by 10. Fifth decile, 5 into n plus 1 by 10. Similarly, for percentile, it is k into n plus 1 by 9 by 100. So if I have to find 90th percentile, 90 into n plus 1 by 100. If I have to find 10th percentile, 10 into n plus 1 by 100, where n is number of observation. Yes, that's right. 3 by 2 is in power. तो माने एक तरीके से if you see, when I put the power as 3 by 2, I am finding the variance and then its power is 3 by 2. Correct. ठीक है, hopefully by tomorrow you should get a complete MCQ practice on all of this and just do them. So stats ka full revision will be done by all of you. Okay, so do this. So mean is 50, median is 45, standard deviation is 10. Find coefficient of skewness. No, only to that one. ठीक है. Good. All of you are right. Answer will be 3 mean minus median upon standard deviation. So it will be 350 minus 45 divided by 10, 1.5. ठीक है, good. So try another one. So for example, you have Q1 as 20, Q2 as 30, Q3 as 50. Find Bowley's coefficient of skewness. Bowley's coefficient of skewness. Hanji, what's the answer? Okay, why are you taking so much time? 50 plus 20 minus 60 upon 50 minus 20. 10 by 30, 1 by 3, 0.33. What's taking so much time here? Okay. So I hope that this is absolutely clear to you. There is not a lot of things which is to be told, right? You can always go ahead and remember the different formulas. Now let me go ahead and talk about Kurtosis. So as I said, Kurtosis talks about the peak of the data set, whether it is peaked, whether it is flat, whether it is too flat. वो Kurtosis है. So in a way, it is telling you about the concentration of data set around its central value. कि क्या, if most of the data is around the central value, then it will be concentrated. If the data is not concentrated, it may look like this, right? So in a way, it is telling me the peak. Now, Kurtosis में we use the parameter जो हम use करते हैं, that is basically beta 2. So if beta 2 is 3, right, then it's called as mesokurtic. Mesokurtic means it looks like a normal data set, normal peak. When beta 2 is greater than 3, then we say it is leptokurtic. Leptokurtic means high and sharp peak, right? This is a normal data. And when we have platykurtic, that means beta 2 is less than 3. That means it is flat and spread out data set. ठीक है, तो normal distribution is mesokurtic. अब हम कैसे कैसे इस चीज को निकालते हैं? So beta 2 is mu4 fourth central movement. mu4 क्या होगा? Summation xi minus x bar to the power 4 by n. ठीक है, divided by mu2 to the power 2, where mu2 will be what? xi minus x bar to the power 2 by n. Okay. And we can also find something called as gamma 2. ज्यादातर हम प्रैक्टिस में gamma 2 यूज करते हैं. Gamma 2 is nothing but whatever beta 2 you get, -3, है ना? तो अगर β2 3 है, so what will be gamma 2? 3 minus 3, 0. If β2 is more than 3, what will be gamma 2? More than 0. If β2 is less than 3, what will be gamma 2? Less than 0. So sometimes books also represent the question in terms of gamma 2. Is it clear? So this is all about Kurtosis. Okay. They can go ahead and ask you directly β2. Yeah, they can go ahead and ask you gamma 2 in this case. Okay. So let me give you one question based on it. So let's say that you are given that the gamma 4 is 30 and you're given that variance is 10. You have to find Kurtosis and tell type of data, whether it is meso or whether it is plateau or whether it is lepto. You have to tell what kind of data it is and you have to find the value of Kurtosis. How about others? Use the right formula. So you have to basically type find Kurtosis means you have to find β2. They haven't asked you to find excess Kurtosis. इसको बोलते हैं excess Kurtosis because you subtract 3 from it. यहाँ पे you just have to find β2. So what's the formula of β2? Mu4 upon mu2 whole square. And mu2 is nothing but it is the variance. And here variance is given to me as 10. Right? So this is 30. Mu2 is variance is 10 whole square. So 30 divided by 100. So 0.3. Which is less than 3. Yes. So don't say answer is 3. You have to divide it by mu2 square, where mu2 itself is sigma square. Mu2 ही sigma square है. That is why I gave this for confusion. Mu2 itself is the variance. But denominator is the square of the variance. Okay? Okay, we'll do just one more question on this. So assertion. A leptokurtic distribution has more extreme values. Reasoning. Leptokurtic distribution has heavier tail. Both assertion reasoning true. Assertion reasoning true, but reasoning doesn't explain assertion. Here reasoning explain assertion. Assertion true, reasoning false. Both assertion reasoning false. What was first Kurtic? There is nothing called first Kurtic. Just it's Kurtosis. I didn't understand. First Kurtic माने? There is just formula of peakness. Peakness का formula ये है. β2. That's it. There is nothing called beta 1. ऐसा नहीं है. Beta 2 represents kurtosis. अच्छा, sorry. This is meso, MESO. This is lepto. This is platy. Platy means like a plateau. Plateau flat होता है, right? It's like a plateau. A leptokurtic distribution has more extreme values. More extreme values माने the frequency of these distributions is high. इनका frequency high है, right? The frequency of these distributions of extreme values is high. So it has heavy tails. Agar tail will be heavier, more observation will be on tail, so less will be there in the center. So what about the statements? Is it true or both are false, or what should happen? Think. What about others? Good. This is clearly plateaukurtic, right? It has flat curve. Data is more spread out. Extremes में ज़्यादा frequency है, right? So you're right, all of you, that this is a false statement. It doesn't have more, because it has more extreme values, it should be plateaukurtic, right? And heavier tails should also be plateaukurtic. So lepto would be the wrong answer in that case, right? So which distribution has more extreme values? माने ज़्यादा frequency वहां पे दिखती है. It is plateaukurtic. अच्छा, एक चीज है which I think most of you can get confused. Here, extreme value does not mean outlier. There is a difference between two. Extreme value में I am just saying कि if my data is suppose 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, suppose ये x है, it means that extreme ones have more frequency. माने suppose 0 का frequency 10 है, 4 का frequency 10 है, and 1 का frequency 5, 2 and 5 है. So the extremes have more frequency. This is what I am saying. This is what Kurtosis tells. Whereas outlier का मतलब होता that I would have had data 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and one would have been very different from others. So extreme value does not mean outlier. Extreme value का high frequency just means that whatever values are coming towards the end of the data set may not be outlier. माने वो data set से match हो रहा है, they are matching with the data set, just that they have higher frequency. उनका frequency high. This is what we go ahead and we mean here. Is it making sense? So extreme does not mean outlier. Please clearly understand this thing. Okay, good. So we are done with Kurtosis. So if I just come back to the notes then, you read all of this. This is the most important analysis. You read this and you read everything related to Kurtosis and everything related to skewness with all formulas. Okay. And with this, we have come to the end of the first important analysis. जो हमें पहला करना था, we have done everything in it. We have done mean, median, mode, skewness, kurtosis, and movements, and standard deviation. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Today, we are going to go ahead and do probability, the types of probability distributions, And towards the end, we will do hypothesis testing, sampling and hypothesis testing. With that, we will wrap up statistics completely. जो भी stats we did yesterday, I have gone ahead and posted an assignment based on that stats on your portal. The assignment contains 199 questions with answers. So go ahead and attempt that assignment. It has questions based out of whatever topic we covered yesterday. Chahe it is correlation, chahe it is simple regression model, whether it is mean, median, mode, whatever. Based on all of that, there is an assignment on your portal just below the lecture. Go ahead and do that assignment. Okay, so let's begin with probability. Again, one last time, I'm requesting whoever has not updated their name, please go ahead and update your name to the name with the batch name. ठीक है जी, let's start. So we are starting with probability first of all today. Sorry, I missed one question before we go ahead. Yes, we will wrap up IIT Jam paper this week. We'll do it this week, and I will give you a time for that. But we'll make sure that in another 2-3 days we wrap up that because only that paper is left. Then we'll do ISI ka paper only once CUET paper is over. Then we will go ahead and we'll look back at the ISI 2025. Okay. Okay. Now let's go ahead and one more question. If we have to find first decile, then we will take 0th term in the case it comes out as 0.9. No, you will take 0.9 times first minus 0th term, right? Like for 1.9, we do 1 plus 0.9 second minus first term. For 0.9, you will do 0.9 first minus 0th term. So there is no 0th term. So just first term ka 0.9. Okay. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and begin with probability. देखो, probability is by far the most tricky topic statistics में, and it is one most commonly asked topic. So whether it is IIT, GATE, CUET या फिर ISI, probability is most often asked topic, but the difficulty level keeps on changing, right? So first of all, let's go ahead and let's understand how to find out the basic probability. All of us know that whenever we have to find basic probability, it is number of favorable events upon total number of events. This is the foundation of probability. ठीक है? इसमें you need to understand some definitions. जैसे for example, I need to understand what is random experiment. Random experiment क्या होता है ना? तो रैंडम एक्सपेरिमेंट इज एनी एक्सपेरिमेंट whose outcome cannot be predicted. अगर मैं किसी चीज का आउटकम ना बता पाऊं, if I cannot say whether it will be a some certain thing with certainty, जैसे tossing a coin, हाँ, it can either be head or tail, either or लग रहा है, right? So we cannot tell with certainty what the outcome will be, so that is a random experiment. Then we need to understand what is a sample space. Sample space माने all possible outcomes. So when I toss a coin, what will be the possible outcome? Head हो सकता है, tail हो सकता है. When I toss two coins, what are the possible outcomes? Both can be head, both can be tail, one head, other tail, one tail, other head. Right? So this is a sample space, including all possible outcomes. वो एक sample space होगा. Then the third one, it is basically any event. So event is a we can call it as a subset of sample space. जैसे event can be getting two heads. तो sample space में सब कुछ आ रहा है. It includes everything. Both can be head, both can be tail, head, tail, tail, head. But event is getting two heads. And similarly, event can be getting two tails. and so on and so forth. ठीक है. Now, there can be two type of events. One can be called as simple event and एक को हम बोल सकते हैं one can be called as a compound event. Simple event माने any event which has a single outcome. ठीक है, जैसे this getting two heads. It has a single outcome. एक ही outcome है HH. But compound event is any event which can have more than one outcome. Just if I say that my event is getting at least one head. So I know that the first can be head, second can be tail, first can be tail, second can be head, both can be head. So at least one head में one head भी आता है. It includes one head also and it includes two heads also. तो माने it becomes a compound event because it has more than one outcome. ठीक है. Anything which is an impossible event, माने there is no possibility of it occurring, it means that it will be a null set. It will be 5. Right? And anything which is a sure event, कि 100% यही होगा, it means it will be the entire sample space. Right? 100% something will come out of the sample space. Now, whenever we talk about probability, ठीक है, the classic definition of probability वो कहता है it is number of favorable events upon the number of total number of events. And total events is nothing but the sample space. So in the denominator, you will simply have the number of events in the sample space. Mane, if I have to find probability of two head, right? So number of favorable event by total number of events. So total number of events we can see as 4 and two head is only coming one time. So the probability becomes 1/4. Now, post this, हमें जानना होता है what are the axioms related to probability. So when we talk about the axioms related to probability, सबसे पहले तो बहुत ही basic है. It's a very basic axiom that probability cannot be negative. So probability of any event has to be greater than equal to 0. The second is that the probability of entire sample space is 1 because it includes all possible events. The third is that we can also define something and we can call that as mutually exclusive events. And mutually exclusive events वो events होंगे which have nothing in common. Those events which have nothing in common, जिनमें कुछ भी common नहीं है, they can be called as mutually exclusive. They exclude each other. And to understand mutually exclusive events, what we can do is we can learn a bit about the algebra of probability. So we know that when we go to set theory, A union B is A plus B minus A intersection B. And in probability, we just use P everywhere. This is also true for probability. Similarly, we know A union B union C is A plus B plus C minus A intersection B minus A intersection C minus B intersection C plus A intersection B intersection C. तो if it is probability, हम हर जगह पे probability लगा देंगे. These two become the algebra of probability. ठीक है. Now when we say that the events are mutually exclusive, that means that there is nothing common between these. मतलब if A is this, then B will be this. They have nothing common in them. उनका कोई भी common part नहीं है. So if there is nothing common between them, it means that A intersection B. A intersection B means the common part. That becomes 0. So probability of A intersection B, that is 0. This set is a phi set. It's a null set. So if I put here 0 for mutually exclusive events, क्या आ जाएगा? What will I get? Probability A union B will be probability of A plus B minus 0. So I'll simply get A plus B. So we can say that for mutually exclusive events, जब हमारे events mutually exclusive होंगे, we can go ahead and say that probability of the union, this is nothing but the sum of the probabilities. Probability of the union is nothing but the sum of probability. Is it clear? Any doubt in this? Anyone? Okay. Now we can go ahead and now we can talk about some of the results related to the derived results related to probability. इसमें सबसे पहला thing that we need to understand is what is complementary set. A complementary set is any set which is other than the set itself. माने if this is A and this is the entire sample space, so anything other than A, that is my A complement. So we can say that A complement is nothing but sample space minus A. So if I include probability on both sides, probability of A complement will be probability of sample space minus probability of A, and sample space ka probability is 1. So probability of A complement becomes 1 minus probability of A. Okay. Again, if I can say that if A is a subset of B, right, then because A is within B, the probability of A will always be less than equal to probability of B, right? Let's go ahead. Let's take a numerical, then we'll move forward. So quickly, very simple question I'm giving you. All of you give it a try. The probability of A is 0.6. Probability of B is 0.5. Probability of A union B is 0.8. Find probability of A intersection B, part number A, and part number B. Find probability A union B if A and B are mutually exclusive. This is A, huh? Part A starts from here. This information is only for part A. This is part A. This is part B. Do it. Okay. Good. Very good. All of you are right. So basically, we can go ahead and do the first part easily using the formula of union and intersection. So we will go ahead and get that probability of A intersection B will be 0.6 plus 0.5 minus 0.8. right? So you will get the answer as 0.3. And in the other part, because A and B are mutually exclusive, mane A intersection B will be 0. So A union B will become A plus B. So it will simply be 0.6 plus 0.5, which will be 1.1. So all of you are correct. Okay. Okay, now let's go ahead and move on to the next part. So now we want to go ahead and we want to, because this includes two, right? This is union. Take it. Now we want to talk about conditional probability. The conditional probability is probability of A given B is probability A intersection B upon probability of B. Conditional probability basically goes ahead and tells us what is the probability of A given that B has occurred. B हो चुका है, तो B के होने के बाद A का क्या probability रहेगा? That is what conditional probability goes ahead and tells us. ठीक है? अब in this, I want to introduce a new term which is called as independent events. Independent events are those events which are not affected by the occurrence of another. माने B के हो जाने से A को अगर फर्क ना पड़े, if A is unaffected after the occurrence of B, then A and B will be independent, right? So what is independent event? If A is not affected after the occurrence of B, like I tell you one event is raining, right? It is rain or no rain. Another is whether I get head or tail on a coin. There is no connection between the two. So if one event is not dependent on what happened with the other event, then they can be called as independent event. तब हम उनको independent event बोल सकते हैं. Independent event means that probability of A given B has occurred is simply probability of A. So that means A is not concerned with occurrence of B. B given B occurred does not matter. It is simply the probability of A. Okay? So conditional probability is same as actual probability. A को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ा कि B हो गया. A was unaffected that B occurred. So probability A given B occurred is same as probability of A. Now in this case, what we can go ahead and do is, suppose if I have to write that A and B are conditional event, so probability A given B occurred will simply be probability A. And from here, if I take it here, I will get probability A intersection B as A into B. So this is another formula of independent event, that when two events are independent, अगर दो events independent हैं, then probability of A intersection B will be probability of A into probability of B. ठीक है? So please remember that mutually exhaustive and independent are two different things. दोनों का मतलब अलग है. Mutually exhaustive goes ahead and says that probability A intersection B is 0. This is exclusive. This is mutually exclusive. They have nothing in common. Whereas this is independence. So both are different. Exclusive says they have nothing in common. उनमें कुछ भी common नहीं है. Whereas independent says that probability A intersection B will be A into B. Now here we have another term, which is mutually exhaustive. Exhaustive means that they take the entire sample space. These events make up the entire sample space. जैसे, for example, if I tell you event E1 is getting a head and event E2 is getting a tail, and I am tossing a coin. So does E1 and E2, are they exhaustive? Answer is yes. Because there are only two things, ya head ya tail. And E1 and E2 together, it is equal to the sample space. Kuch bacha nahi hai. There is nothing left. But suppose if I tell you that I have tossed two coins and E1 is getting two heads and E2 is getting two tails. So are they exhaustive? Answer is no. Because what is my sample space? Two head, two tail, head, tail, tail, head. So do the event E1 and A2, do they exhaust the entire sample space? क्या उसमें सब कुछ include हो गया? Have they included everything? No. So exhaustive means that when I write these events, do they include the entire sample space or not? Is it clear? So three definitions you have to remember. They will be asked in MCQ is तरीके से that you will get confused. So mutually exclusive, nothing in common. Independent, A intersection B is A into B. And exhaustive means they should take the entire sample space. Now, if probability A given B is A intersection B by B, तो probability B given A is A intersection B by A. ठीक है? So here we will reverse because it is B given A. तो यहाँ पे we will have A in the denominator. A given B में we will have B in the denominator. Take a question. Try to solve this question. Question. Probability A given B is 0.6. Probability B given A है 0.4. Probability A है 0.5. Find probability B. Give it a try. Okay, how about others? ठीक है, all of you are right. Good. तो देख लेते हैं एक बारी. So this means that probability A given B is probability A intersection B upon probability of B. And this means probability B given A is probability A intersection B upon probability of A. Now this is given to me as 0.4 and this is given to me as 0.5. So probability A intersection B will be 0.4 into 0.5. I can put this here 0.4 into 0.5 upon probability of B, and this is given to me as 0.6. This is equal to 0.6. So probability of B will be 0.4 into 0.5 by 0.6. So 2 by 3 into 1 by 2. 1 by 3 is the answer to this question. ठीक है, all of you are correct. ठीक है जी. So tell me if this statement is true or false. If A and B are independent, then first A and B complement are independent. Second, A complement and B complement are independent. Third, A complement and B are independent. Fourth, A complement and B complement are dependent. You have to tell me कौन से statements true है, which of them are true and which of them are false. Yes. How about others? Okay, B true, D false. What about statement A and B? A and C? Okay, so let's see. So it says A and B are independent. That means you're given that A intersection B is A into B. This is given to you. And it is saying, what about A and B complement? That means you have to tell me, what about A intersection B complement? What about A intersection B complement? So how can we go ahead and how can we show this thing? How can we think whether they will be independent or dependent? Can you go ahead and can you think about some way to prove that the two sets are independent mathematically? If not, can you think about a way in which you can use some numbers to prove it? So here, proof is not required. End में जो ये results आएंगे, only they are important for you. But I am just giving you proof of one of them. So usually what happens is whenever we have any set A can be written as A intersection B union A intersection B complement. Any set A can be written like this, right? So probability of A will be probability of A intersection B union probability of A intersection B complement, right? And union means that we always go ahead and we always add. In terms of probability, kahin likh lo, union means addition. In terms of probability, union means addition and intersection means multiplication. Okay, so because it's a union, I have added. Now I need to find probability of A intersection B complement. So it will become probability of A minus probability of A intersection B and this will be probability of A minus probability of A into B. Because it is given that these are independent events. ये मुझे given है, right? So I have just gone ahead and done this. Now I can take probability of A common. So when I go ahead and when I take probability of A common, I get 1 minus probability of B, and this becomes probability of A into probability of B complement. So this is the proof that these are independent. Similarly, you can prove others also. So actually, this is a true statement. This is a true statement. This is a true statement. And this is false. Whenever A and B are independent, अगर A और B independent हैं, तो A and B complement भी independent है, A complement and B complement भी independent है, A complement and B भी independent है. All of them will be independent of each other. Okay. So this is important for you to use in your exam, because sometimes they will ask you find, just for example, if I go ahead and do something like this, suppose if I tell you that probability of A is 0.4, probability of A intersection B complement is 0.5. Find probability of B if A and B are independent. ऐसा कुछ क्वेश्चन है, ठीक है? तो क्या करेंगे? व्हाट विल आई डू? आई नो दैट आई विल यूज दिस प्रॉपर्टी कि इफ ए एंड बी दे आर इंडिपेंडेंट, देन ए कॉम्प्लीमेंट एंड बी कॉम्प्लीमेंट भी इंडिपेंडेंट होगा. दे विल ऑल्सो बी इंडिपेंडेंट. So if A complement and B complement, A and B complement will also be independent. So A intersection B complement को I can write A into probability of B complement, right? And probability of A is 0.4 and this is given to me as 0.5. So यहाँ से I will find probability of B complement. That I will get as this. 0.5 by 0.4. Of course, because I made this question myself, you're getting more than one. होना नहीं चाहिए. हाँ, probably I can take this as 0.3. Then it will make more sense. ठीक है? So you will get probability of B complement as 3 by 4. So then you can get probability of B as 1 minus 3 by 4. That means 1 by 4. है ना? तो this kind of question can be asked उसके application पे. So you have to remember that whenever they say कि A and B are independent, it automatically means that A and B complement ये भी independent है. It means A complement and B ये भी independent है. It means A complement and B complement this is also independent. So any of the one value will be given to you. I know कि I can open and write it as a product. मैं उसको as a product ऐसे I can write it down. Is it clear? Hmm? Any doubt in this? Is it making sense? This is a very commonly asked question. माने directly they will not give you A intersection B always. वो इसको थोड़ा इधर उधर करके भी they can go ahead and they can give you. Okay, ठीक है. Now we will go ahead and we will move on to De Morgan's theorem. De Morgan नहीं, sorry, De Morgan. De Morgan is in complex number. De Morgan's theorem. De Morgan theorem में पहला theorem है that probability of A union B का complement is A complement intersection B complement. Right? This is the first theorem. The second theorem is A intersection B complement is A complement union B complement. ये भी sometimes it will be useful for you to use these in exam. ठीक है, just keep these two in mind. Now the next thing जो probability में आता है that is basically on your Bayes theorem. ठीक है, most important, and I can guarantee that there will be 1 to 2 questions on Bayes theorem every year in your paper. तो इसको अच्छे से प्रैक्टिस करना है हमें. So Bayes theorem basically is to go ahead and to find out the probability using the concept of total probability. ठीक है, तो हमें बहुत सारे छोटे छोटे इवेंट्स दिए होंगे. These events will be partial events, right? पूरा सबस्पेस का एक एक इवेंट will be given to us, and using those events, जो partition events होंगे, we have to find the probability. So the formula for Bayes theorem is probability of AI given B is equal to probability B given AI into probability of AI upon summation of probability B given AJ into probability of AJ, and J goes from 1 to N. I'll give you some examples, then it will become clear. तो हमारा जो first question है based on Bayes theorem, it is basically, let's say that there is a chance of catching disease which is 2%. Okay. Whenever you catch a disease, the test shows accurate results 95% of the time, and it shows false positive 5% of the time. ठीक है, find the probability that the person has disease given he tested positive. Given he tested positive. अब देखो ये क्या कह रहे हैं. This is saying test accuracy is 95% of the time. माने that given you have a disease, ठीक है, the test will be positive 95% of the time. And given you don't have the disease, no disease, you will get a positive result. इसका probability है 5% of the time. And probability of getting a disease, ये है 0.02. Question is asking, find given that the person, find the probability person has disease given he tested positive. माने उल्टा, given he tested positive, given P, given he tested positive, find the probability of disease. This is what you have to find. So in such questions, what we will do is, we will notice that always the reverse is asked. देखो, इसका reverse is being asked, right? So this is a very big hint कि हाँ यहाँ पे Bayes use होगा. The reverse question is being asked. So we will use the formula. Probability of D given P will be, numerator will become probability of P given D into probability of D, and denominator में we will take all possible cases. माने probability of P given D into D plus probability of P given no D into probability of no D. So denominator will always have total probability. ये वाला भी include होगा, positive given disease into disease and positive given no disease into no disease. Denominator will have both. And numerator will always be, you will notice, opposite of this. So if it is asking disease given probability, it given positive, so it will become positive given disease into disease. So just solve this and tell me the answer to this one. Just solve this. Zero 0.279. ठीक है. If all of you are getting that, then that's the answer. तो यहाँ पे हम लिख सकते हैं. So given disease positive है 0.95, getting disease is 0.02. Given disease positive है 0.95, getting disease is 0.02. No disease positive has 0.05, and probability of no disease will be 1 minus probability of disease, 1 minus 0.02, 0.98. Just solve this and get the answer to this question. Okay. Okay. So one more question we'll do and then we can move on to the next topic. So write down the question and try to do it. So you have that there is a factory which has 3 machines, right? And machine 1 makes 20% of the items and the defective rate is 1%. Machine 2 makes 30% of the items. The defective rate is 2%. Machine 3 makes 50% of the item और जो defective rate दिया हुआ है वो 3% है. अब हम बोल रहे हैं an item is found defective. Find probability it was produced by machine 3. तो बेस थ्योरम जब भी यूज होगा, wherever base theorem will be used, you will notice that they are giving you a statement like this, that a person was found having disease, an item was found defective, and then they will ask you the reverse probability. Ki, given that this happened, given that he had, the item was defective, what is the probability machine 3 produced it? Hanji, tell the answer to this one. तो देखो ये डिफेक्टिव 1% का क्या मीनिंग है, दैट गिवन मशीन 1 ने प्रोड्यूस किया, प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ डिफेक्टिव दिस इज 1%. डिफेक्टिव माने गिवन मशीन 2 में से आया, व्हाट्स द प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ डिफेक्टिव. यहां पे गिवन मशीन 3 से आया, व्हाट इज द प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ डिफेक्टिव. एंड व्हाट इज द क्वेश्चन आस्किंग, क्वेश्चन बोल रहा है दैट गिवन डिफेक्टिव, I already know जो item है that's defective. Given defective, what is the probability of machine 3? I picked up an item, मैंने एक item निकाला, वो defective already था. अब हमें निकालना है the probability that it was produced by machine 3. बस put it in the formula, solve it. Okay, just do it. तो ये this will reverse. ये बन जाएगा D given M3 into M3 and denominator में all will come. So D given M1 into M1, D given M2 into M2, D given M3 into M3. तो D given M3 into M3, M3, D given M1 into M1, 20%, 0.20. D given M2 into M2, 30%. D given M3 into M3. Just solve this. Okay, I hope this is clear to everyone. Is there any doubt? क्योंकि ये एक short question है which will be asked in exam. And disease and machine based questions are very very common. तो you have to make sure कि ये अच्छे से आ जाए. Okay. Now the next thing that can be asked in exam, that is basically related to permutation and combination. ठीक है. Now, question is asking that where, first of all, where should be used permutation and where should we use combination? Permutation is used wherever arrangement is important. माने wherever order matters. Permutation का formula होता है, the formula is NPR is equal to n factorial upon n minus r factorial. Combination is used wherever the order does not matter and only जो matter करता है that is selection. Right? You have to select. Like you have to make a committee. 4 out of 10 people, committee of 4 people. But it does not matter किस order में. Right? पहला male हो या second male हो, पहला female हो या second female, does not matter. The order does not matter. Right? You just need to select few people out of bigger people, then it is combination. And combination में the formula is NCR is equal to n factorial, r factorial, n minus r factorial. Okay. This let's think of some questions. First of all, basic permutation combination के. So if I tell you arrange 3 students out of 5 students on a stage. Right. So I am saying that here the order matters. Man, if there are 5 students, A, B, C, D, E, I have to arrange them. I have to take 3 students and arrange them. तो यहाँ पे order matter करता है. Whether I take A first or C first, these will be different arrangements. ये अलग हैं. The order matter. So A sitting in the first place and then B and then C, ये अलग एक अलग arrangement है. It's a different arrangement. And C sitting first and then B and then A is different. And D sitting first and then A and then E is different. So each of them is different. Right? So arrangement matter कर रहा है. Here arrangement is mattering. Then we will use permutation and permutation का formula will become NCR. So it will be NPR. So it will be 5P and I need 3 students at a time. So 5 factorial by 5 minus 3 factorial. So 5 factorial by 2 factorial. So you have 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 by 2. And this will go ahead and give you 60. Right? Exactly. So ये हो गया हमारा first thing that the order matters. In combination, the order does not matter. So if I just same question if I would have said I need to select 3 students out of 5 for stage. So now I just have to pick 3 students. Now A, B, C and C, B, A, these are same because ultimately I have selected the same people. Okay. So whether A was selected first and then B and then C, या पहले C select हुआ and then B and then A, does not matter. Because I just wanted 3 students on the stage. But here I wanted to arrange students. हाँ, तो यहाँ पे it mattered. ABC was not equal to CBA. Both are different. But here both of them are same. So we have to understand that when we talk about combination, combination is just selection. So NCR, so it will be 5C3. So 5 factorial, 3 factorial, 2 factorial. So this will be 5 into 4 into 3 factorial by 3 factorial, 2 factorial. So 3 and 3 cancel and this will give me 10. So there are 10 ways to select student, but 60 ways to arrange student. अब एक बहुत interesting aspect है यहाँ पे. The aspect is to go ahead and to find the relationship between permutation and combination. So if I notice, I know that NCR is n factorial, r factorial, n minus r factorial. And I know कि ये वाला जो part है, n factorial upon n minus r factorial. This is nothing but permutation. ये permutation का formula है. So I can go ahead and I can say that NCR is equal to NPR by R factorial, and I can take it here. So NPR will be R factorial into NCR. This is the relationship between permutation and combinations, and sometimes it can be asked in exam. Okay, let's quickly take some questions around it. So question number 1. How many ways can you arrange the words, or actually alphabet, in statistics? Okay. How many arrangements of the word statistics? Okay, अब देखो. In this question, they didn't say कि pick. तो permutation directly नहीं लग सकता. Like here we said that select or arrange 3 out of 5. So out of 5, 3 were required. But here it is not saying this. I need to arrange all alphabets, right? But just tell me, if I write S, this is my first S, and this is my second S, and this is my third S. When I write first S followed by second S followed by third S, then TATITIC, ये मेरा first S वाला, I have written it here. Or whether I write my second S first and then my third S and then my first S, do they look different? No. तो आई कैन नॉट डिस्क्रिमिनेट. मैं इस चीज में नहीं डिस्क्रिमिनेट कर सकती दैट वेदर आई हैव रिटन माई फर्स्ट एस फर्स्ट, या आई हैव रिटन माई सेकेंड एस फर्स्ट, या आई हैव रिटन माई थर्ड एस फर्स्ट. S will look like S, isn't it? So these two will be the same only. These two will be the same. So because there are 3S, 3S आ रहे हैं, I cannot tell someone कि no, this here, this and this are different, क्योंकि यहाँ पे I have my first S coming first and यहाँ पे I have my second S coming first. That's not something that happens. So in such questions, we look at the repetitions because those repetitions look similar. Whether I put my first S first and second S second पे, या second S first position पे and first S second position पे, it looks the same. So what we go ahead and what we do is, whenever we have repetitions, the formula is n factorial upon whatever is getting repeated factorial. So I notice that S is coming 3 times, T is coming 3 times, I is coming 2 times. Any other alphabet repeated? No. So we can go ahead and we can change here and we will go ahead and get the answer. Total number of alphabets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 alphabets can be arranged in 10 factorial ways. But because S 3 बार repeat हो रहा है and we cannot discriminate, so divided by 3 factorial, divided by 3 factorial of this, divided by 2 factorial of this. Okay, whatever answer you get here, that is the answer to your question. Is it clear? ठीक है. So you will not say just 10 factorial, वो गलत होगा. You will have to look at the repetitions also. Okay. Now the next thing that we can go ahead and जो हम यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं, that will be circular permutation. So when we go ahead and when we talk about arrangement around a circle, तो arrangement around a circle is the formula is n minus 1 factorial. माने suppose question बोलता है कि arrange 6 people around a circular table. So whenever we define a circle, जैसे लाइन है, हाँ, सो आई लाइन में आई नो द स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट, दैट दिस इज माई स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट एंड दिस इज माई एंड पॉइंट. देर इज अ स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट टू लाइन, बट सर्कल में देर इज नो स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट. तो सर्कल में व्हाट वी नीड टू गो इज वी नीड टू keep one point as the starting point. So we hold one position as my starting point. Right? This is important. So, and we can arrange the remaining position. So when I fix the first position, with respect to which हम बाकी positions को define करेंगे. So there are 6 people. I fix one of them and then I go ahead and I talk about the remaining 5 of them. ठीक है. So therefore 6 people can be arranged in 5 factorial ways. 5 factorial is 120. ठीक है. So this is how we can go ahead and we can define how to arrange around a circle. ठीक है. Now there is another important thing here. So, for example, if someone tells you that arrange clockwise या arrange anti-clockwise, right? So remember कि clockwise and anti-clockwise arrangements are same mathematically. Whether I have to arrange them clockwise या whether I have to arrange them anti-clockwise, it does not matter. एक ही बात है, चाहे आप clockwise चलो या anti-clockwise चलो, both of them are the same thing. ठीक है. Okay, so solve this question. How many ways to arrange 5 people A, B, C, D, E if A and B always sit together? Give it a try. This is question number A, and second भी लिख लो. If A and B should never sit together. Okay, how about others? अच्छा, so just one thing here, just keep in mind कि अगर वो एग्जाम में पूछे सर्कुलर में distinct arrangements, distinct मतलब unique arrangements, number of unique arrangements, then the formula will be n minus 1 factorial by 2. ठीक है. Why? Just tell me something, हाँ. जैसे for example, I begin circle में ऐसे that A is here, there are 3 people, B is here and C is here. ठीक है, this is my first thing. I have gone clockwise, right? I gave A, B and C, and if I go like this anti-clockwise, A is here, B is here and C is here. I go like this. These are the two arrangements that we have. So if someone asks you, okay, tell how many arrangements are possible. So you will tell me, ma'am, two arrangements are possible. And you will also tell me, ma'am, ये बहुत simple था. 3 minus 1 factorial हुआ. So 2 factorial, so 2. No problem. Right? But if you look from a layman's visibility, अगर आप जाके normally देखो, you will notice that from a layman, if I ask you that, okay, who two people are sitting together, तो आप बोलोगे, मैम A and C are sitting together, वो तो यहाँ पे भी हो रहा है. मैम बी एंड सी आर सिटिंग टुगेदर, वो तो यहाँ पे भी हो रहा है. मैम ए एंड बी आर सिटिंग टुगेदर, वो तो यहाँ पे भी हो रहा है. सो यू विल नोटिस दैट you will never be able to discriminate between the two. When three people are sitting in a circle, जब तीन लोग सर्कल में होंगे, you will notice यहाँ पे भी A and B are sitting with each other, here also. B and C are sitting with each other, here also. A and C are sitting with each other, here also. So when someone asks you find distinct number of arrangements in a circle, ये दो actually will be the same. You make three people sit, you cannot tell the difference. ठीक है, आप एक एंगल से देखोगे वो सर्कुलर लगेगा, एक एंगल से एंटी सर्कुलर. So in that cases, if someone asks you find distinct, because such arrangements are the same only, there is no distinction. माने just think about it, no? इसको अगर मैं थोड़ा सा सर्कुलरली रोटेट कर दूं, and if I just rotate it a bit like this, ऐसे circularly rotate कर दो, you will get exactly this. Because it's a circle, I can always rotate it. So it means these two are same only, this arrangement and this arrangement. So when someone asks you find distinct arrangements, you always divide by 2. ताकि आप distinct arrangements निकाल पाओ. So actually these and this is the same thing only. Right? So number of distinct arrangement will be total arrangement divided by 2. That means only 1. ठीक है, just keep this in mind कि एग्जाम में if they ask you find the distinct number of arrangements, तो वो हो जाएगा n-1 factorial by 2. And if they ask you find total number of arrangements in a circle, then it will be n-1 factorial. ठीक है. Okay, coming back to this question. Now it says A and B always sit together. तो A and B when they always sit together, अगर ऐसा कुछ बोल रहे हैं, it actually goes ahead and it means that A and B should be considered as one unit. क्योंकि within them, you can think of two things कि ठीक है A first and B second या B first and A second, but they are always one unit. इनको हमेशा एक साथ place करना है. So if there are 5 places and I place A here, so B can be here or here. They have to be always together. They have to be considered as one unit. So जब भी ऐसा क्वेश्चन आता है that A and B are sitting together, it means that A and B must be considered as one unit, right? So A and B together is 1. And अगर मैं A and B को eliminate कर लो, so C is the second one, D is the third one, and E is the fourth one. So ultimately, I have 4 factorial ways in which this can be arranged. AB को I will consider 1, क्योंकि हमेशा एक साथ चलेगा. C is another, D is another, and E is another. And AB within themselves can be arranged in 2 ways. पहले A बाद में B, या पहले B बाद में A. So AB among themselves can be arranged in 2 factorial ways. So the total number of arrangements possible will be 4 factorial into 2 factorial. Okay, whatever this answer is. So 4 into 3 into 2 into 2. This will be 12 into 4, 48. And अब ये बोल रहा है second part में that A and B never sit together. Right? So it means ये तो बहुत simple है. This is nothing but total minus A and B sitting together. ठीक है. So total number of arrangement क्या है? There are 5 people. who needs to be arranged. So total will be 5 factorial ways. Minus a and b together ka I have already found out 48. So 5 factorial ka value we know is 120 minus 48. This will be 70. So a and b together it will be 48 and a and b not together will be 72. And अगर मेरे को इसी को probability में convert करना हो, so probability of a and b together will be 48 divided by total, and probability of a and b not together, it will be 72 divided by total. No, this is not circular, na? I'm sorry if it seemed like that. This is just arrangement of 5 people. This is another application that I was teaching. Circular नहीं है ये इस केस में. Is it clear? ठीक है. Now let's move on to next question. So from 7 men and 5 women, select. Let's form a committee of say 4 people with at least 1 woman. Arrangement nahi hai, selection hai. You need to select 4 people with at least 1 woman. Do it. At least 1 woman mane, you can have 1 woman, you can have 2 women, you can have 3 women, and you can have all 4 women. Because you need a committee of 4 people. है ना? So 1 woman का निकालो, 2 का, 3 का, 4 का, the better will be you find total minus no women. So you will get the answer for at least 1 woman. So what are the total number of ways in which I can make a selection of 4 people? Bhai, total people are 12 na. 7 plus 5, there are 12 people. So out of 12, I need to select 4. 12 C4. And now I don't need any woman. माने सिर्फ men में से मुझे 4 select करने पड़ेंगे. I don't need any women. So all 4 have to be men. So minus 7C4. This will be at least 1 woman. Is it okay? This is your answer. You have to select 4 people with at least 1 woman. देखो ध्यान से समझो. When we say find, you should have 1 woman. माने you need 3 men and 1 woman. ऐसे भी कर सकते हो. So 3 men का मतलब क्या है? That out of 7, I need 3 and मतलब multiplication. Out of 5, I need 1. 2 women का मतलब क्या है? That out of 7 men, I need 2 men. And out of 5 women, I need 2 women. क्योंकि I need to select 4. 3 women का मतलब क्या है? That out of 7 men, I need 1 man. And out of remaining 5, I need 3. And all 4 women का मतलब क्या है? That out of 7 men, I don't need any man. And out of 5, I need 4. And क्योंकि ये भी, it can be this also, this also, this also, this also, माने you will add all cases together. तो ये कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है बिकॉज आई एम एडिंग 4 केसेस टुगेदर. तो बिकॉज ऑफ दैट अब हम क्या कर रहे हैं, वी आर सिंपली फाइंडिंग टोटल नंबर ऑफ केसेस माइनस दैट ऑफ नो वुमेन. सो दिस विल बी एटलीस्ट 1 वुमेन. ठीक है, प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड इट वेरी वेल. ये क्वेश्चन एग्जाम में आएंगे. यू विल गेट दीज क्वेश्चंस इन एग्जाम. ओके, सो दिस इज कॉम्बिनेशन एंड परम्यूटेशन. अभी हम नोट्स पे एक बार देख लेते हैं. यू हैव टू रीड ऑल ऑफ दिस. एवरीथिंग इज मेंशन्ड. व्हाट इज कॉम्बिनेशन, परम्यूटेशन, some rules are mentioned here. Do these rules. Conditional probability base, some numericals I have given here. Do these numericals kar lena. Now I will talk about probability distribution. देखो, when we talk about probability distribution, so there are two kind of probability distributions. ठीक है, the first kind of probability distributions are discrete. आकाश, आप भी तो मेरा इग्नोर कर रहे हो. इवन आफ्टर टेलिंग यू 100 times टू राइट योर बैच नेम, द बैच नेम इज मिसिंग. Secondly, what's the doubt that you have posted which has been ignored? I'm not even sure if you belong to the batch or you have the link of someone else. Where is your doubt? Can anyone notice any doubt in the chat window from Akash? Yes, he is. And you know what? This is all, I don't know why people are doing this, but this is just to distract all of us. Because I am the only person in the entire industry who's taking so much effort. So there are people who come, who write messages, they write personal messages in the Zoom the entire day, let me tell you. And I'm fed up with all of that. There are people who are writing random messages on Telegram. There are people who are writing random things on my YouTube channel. And day in and day out, I am taking care of all of that without hampering the marathons. And believe me, within seconds, such people will then exit the Zoom. So yes, dear Akash, if you really have the guts, please switch on the video and tell me what's the doubt that has been skipped. See, no reply. That's why I request all of you to put the name of the batch so that the team can check if you actually belong or there are random people on the Zoom. Now, this is just a wastage of my time and yours. I understand I have to learn better. Everyone learns with time. I will learn with experience, but please switch on your camera. No. See, he left. Okay, coming back. So when we talk about probability distribution, there are two kind of distributions. The first one that I have, that is called as a discrete distribution. Discrete distribution माने a random variable x can be called discrete if it takes countable values. Countable values माने finite values. Finite माने I can count. जैसे for example, if I ask you, I have tossed 5 coins. What is the maximum number of head? You can count. Maximum heads तो 5 ही हो सकते हैं. If I ask you that, okay, I am running a machine and it is producing 100 units, how many will be defective? You can go ahead and tell that कितने defective होंगे. So whenever we talk about anything which can be counted, that will be basically called as a countable set, a countable value. ठीक है, values जो finite होती हैं, which can be counted, number of defectives, number of heads in the coin, number of customers arriving in my shop, ठीक है, which can be counted, then it will be called as a discrete random variable. Whenever we have a discrete random variable, जब भी discrete random variable होगा, we will have something which will be called as PMF, probability mass function. Probability mass function माने probability mass function is nothing but probability associated with the random set. So random variable से related जो भी probability होगा, that will be called as probability mass function. ठीक है, so take an example. Let's say that I give you a very basic question कि x का there can be 3 values 0, 1, 2 and I tell you कि probability x is equal to xi माने यहाँ पे probability x equal to 0, यहाँ पे probability x equal to 1, यहाँ पे probability x equal to 2. I have given you these probabilities. ये हो गया 0.2, 0.5, 0.3. तो ये जो टेबल बना है, this table that I have created, इसको हमने बोल दिया probability mass function. This is called as probability mass function. ठीक है, this probability mass function will have two main properties. पहला, that each probability has to be non-negative. देख लो, I can see positive, positive, positive. And दूसरा, the sum of the probabilities have to be 1. You add them and it will be 1. The sum of the probabilities will be 1. So any random variable, कोई भी random variable हो, उसका एक PMF होगा as long as it is discrete. Discrete माने ये देखो, value है 0, 1, 2. 0.5 नहीं है, 0.2 नहीं है, 0.22 नहीं है. It's not a continuous random variable. It has just 3 values. Discrete values. 0 हो सकता है, 1 हो सकता है, 2 हो सकता है. And corresponding to that हमने उसका probability लिख दिया. Then this will be called as probability mass function. With respect to any probability mass function, हम एक और चीज create कर सकते हैं. We can also create one more thing, and that will be called as cumulative distribution function. इसमें we find the probability of x less than equal to some x. माने अब हम क्या करेंगे? What will we write here? In the first one, in this first one, we will write probability x less than equal to 0. यहां पे आएगा probability x less than equal to 1. यहां पे आ जाएगा probability x less than equal to 2. तो probability x less than or equal to 0, 0 ही रहेगा. 0 से कम तो I cannot see anything. There is nothing less than 0. तो ये तो equal to probability x equal to 0 हो जाएगा. अब probability x less than equal to 1 माने यहां पे probability x equal to 1 भी होगा और less than 1 भी होगा. Less than 1 क्या है? 0. So here less than equal to 1 will be what? 0.5 plus 0.2, 0.7. And less than equal to 2 माने क्या? All here. तो 0.2, 0.5, 0.3 ये हो जाएगा 1, राइट? सो दिस बिकम्स योर CDF. एक्चुअली इट्स अ वेरी इंटरचेंजेबल टर्म, क्यूमुलेटिव डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन फंक्शन भी बोल देते हैं. बट हाँ, if you want to be specific, you will be right that you can say cumulative mass function, but books use them interchangeably. Cumulative में they really don't make a lot of distinction, but yes, you will be right, term should be cumulative mass function. ठीक है? Is it clear? Okay. अब क्यूमुलेटिव मास फंक्शन या डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन फंक्शन का एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग प्रॉपर्टी है, बिकॉज वी आर एडिंग प्रोबेबिलिटीज नेक्स्ट 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 लेवल पे. यहां पे 0.2 था, 0.7, 1. सो यू सी इट इज more and more. 0.2, 0.7, 1. It means that we can say it is non-decreasing. It is non-decreasing. ये कम नहीं हो सकता. हाँ, it may happen that it will be no, it may happen that it may not increase. जैसे अगर ये वैल्यू 0 होता तो ऑफ कोर्स 0.2 प्लस 0 में आई वुड हैव गॉट 0.2 हियर, तो इंक्रीज नहीं हुआ, बट एटलीस्ट इट डिडंट डिक्रीज, राइट? सो इट इज नॉन डिक्रीजिंग इन नेचर. दिस इज अ प्रॉपर्टी ऑफ CMF. ठीक है? ओके. नाउ अनदर थिंग जो डिस्क्रीट वेरिएबल में होता है, दैट इज मीन, एंड दिस मीन इज कॉल्ड एज एक्सपेक्टेशन. तो एक्सपेक्टेशन ऑफ एनी वेरिएबल x, अगर हमें उसको प्रोबेबिलिटी के टर्म्स में लिखना है, इट इज समेशन xi pxi. ठीक है? इट इज समेशन xi pxi. सो आई एम गिविंग यू अ क्वेश्चन, फाइंड इट्स एक्सपेक्टेशन. You have x as 1, 2, 3, and corresponding probability is given to you as 0.2, 0.5, 0.3. Find expectation of x. Go ahead, give it a try. Good. All of you are right. So let's see. So just x into px कर दो. 0.2, 1, 0.9. How come you're getting, one of you wrote 3.1, right? It's 2.1. ठीक है, fine. 2.1 is the answer. अब आता है हमारा कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ वेरिएंस. सो वेरिएंस ऑफ x is e of x square minus e of x whole square, where e of x square will be summation x square into px. e of x square क्या हो जाएगा कि हमें एक्सपेक्टेशन निकालना है x square का, तो इट विल बी, जिस भी चीज का एक्सपेक्टेशन निकालना होता है, यू विल फाइंड दैट वेरिएबल एंड मल्टीप्लाई विद द प्रोबेबिलिटी. ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, बिकॉज समटाइम्स दे विल सिंपली टेल यू फाइंड एक्सपेक्टेशन ऑफ x क्यूब या फाइंड एक्सपेक्टेशन ऑफ रूट x, ऐसा कुछ बोलेंगे. So whenever you have to find expectation of any variable, you will just multiply it with probability. और ये क्यों important है? Let me first tell you that. So for example, if I tell you y is 2x square plus 3, find expectation of y if x is 0, 1, 2 and px is 0 0.25, 0 0.50, 0 0.25. You just give this a try, all of you. तो कैसे करेंगे ना? I'm just giving you a hint here. So expectation of y will be expectation of 2x square plus 3. This will be expectation of 2x square plus expectation of 3. Constant का expectation constant रहता है. यहाँ पे coefficient comes out. This will be 2 expectation of x square plus 3. ठीक है? You have to find expectation of x square, multiply it with 2 and then add 3. Thank you, Anushka. Actually, the point is that they are not even part of the batch. I am 150% confident that people who are part of the batch will never say so. Because of this hard work that we put in, that is 150% guaranteed. These are people who are not part of the batch, but are joining in. Now, there is a lot of politics which goes behind running an institute, which I cannot share with the students. माने बहुत कुछ होता है. You see tons of random messages on daily basis. But anyways, we need to continue with what we are doing. हमारा अभी भी aim is the same. We need to score well, right? We need to work hard. So whatever happens in the background is fine. Just that in class, when something like this happens, see, we are giving so much weightage to it that we are discussing it. It's a wastage of students. और कुछ नहीं है. Otherwise, it's horrible politics out there. So it's not even worth discussing. ठीक है जी. Go ahead, try to answer this. So x square का expectation क्या होगा? So we find x square 0, 1 and 2 का square will be 4. Now we multiply x square with bx. Because मुझे expectation of x square चाहिए, right? So it will be 0. This will be 0 0.50 and this will be 1. So I will get the answer as 1 here. So expectation of x square will be submission x square into px. So ये हो जाएगा 1.5. Right? And I can go ahead and multiply it with 2 and add 3. बहुत important है. I think in one of the IITs, they gave, I think 2023 में किसी IIT में they gave a linear function या एक quadratic function and उससे related हमें expectation, covariance, correlation ये सब निकालना था. So it's very important that you understand that when we have to find expectation of a function, it's not very different thing. हम उस function में से variable का expectation निकाल के फिर हम उन coefficients को include कर सकते हैं. Mean of constant is not 0. Mean of constant is the constant. हाँ, variance will be 0. Correct. ठीक है, तो अब यहां पर if I come back to this question, can you find the variance in this question? Find variance. Expectation माने mean, variance is different. वेरियंस अलग है, हाँ। वेरियंस इज द स्प्रेड जो हमने कल किया था। सो टू फाइंड वेरियंस मुझे पहले ई ऑफ एक्स स्क्वायर निकालना होगा। माने इस क्वेश्चन में आई हैव टू फाइंड एक्स स्क्वायर, और एक्स स्क्वायर हो जाएगा 149। देन वी हैव टू फाइंड एक्स स्क्वायर इंटू पी एक्स, तो 1 इंटू 0.2, 4 इंटू 0.5 एंड 9 इंटू 0.3, 4.9। तो एक्सपेक्टेशन ऑफ एक्स स्क्वायर is 4.9 and expectation of x था 2.9। तो variance will be expectation of x square minus expectation of x का whole square. Just find this value. Okay. So for 0.49, if all of you are saying so. ठीक है। हाँ जी, अब हम बात करते हैं कुछ और चीजों की यहाँ पे। सो द वेरियंस ऑफ अ कांस्टेंट इज 0। Variance of constant into variable plus constant is variable का variance into a square, and variance of any variable is always positive, and variance of just ax is also a square variance of x. ये कुछ properties हैं which can be asked in exam, right? So what kind of question they will give you in exam based on this? देखो, let's say you're given that there is a variable x whose variance is 5. Find variance of 3x minus 7. ठीक है, तो ये जो भी हमारा एडिशन सब्ट्रैक्शन है, इट डज नॉट मैटर, सिर्फ द स्केलर क्वांटिटी मैटर्स। सो इट विल बी 3 स्क्वायर वेरिएंस ऑफ एक्स, सो इट विल बी 9 इंटू वेरिएंस ऑफ एक्स, तो इट विल बी 45। अच्छा, व्हाट इफ आई रिवर्स रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग करें तो सपोज इफ आई टेल यू कि वेरिएंस ऑफ 7x minus 4, suppose this is 196 and I ask you find variance of x. Okay, how about this? तो ये तो what does it mean? This is origin, change of origin से फर्क नहीं पड़ता, so change of scale means 7 square variance of x is 196 ना, so variance of x will be 196 divided by 49. That's it. Okay, ठीक है। Now one last question, then we'll take a break. So if I tell you that variance of x is 9, variance of y is 4, you have to find variance of 2x minus 3y plus 4 if I am giving you x and y are independent. Dependent में covariance आता है, I'll tell you about that later, but just tell me if they're independent. तो यहां पे एक चीज थोड़ा समझ लो, then we'll do this. तो if they ask you find variance of ax plus by, पॉजिटिव भी हो सकता है ए बी, नेगेटिव भी हो सकता है, बट इफ दे टेल यू फाइंड वेरिएंस ऑफ ए एक्स प्लस बी वाई, इट विल बी ए स्क्वायर वेरिएंस ऑफ एक्स प्लस बी स्क्वायर वेरिएंस ऑफ वाई प्लस you will have, so this is a and this is b, so 2ab covariance between x and y. This is the formula. Now if x and y आर इंडिपेंडेंट, अगर x और y में कुछ रिलेशन नहीं है, देन वेरिएंस ऑफ ए एक्स प्लस बी वाई को हम लिख सकते हैं ए स्क्वायर वेरिएंस ऑफ एक्स प्लस बी स्क्वायर वेरिएंस ऑफ वाई, माने को वेरिएंस विल बिकम 0. सो हियर अगर आई एम गिवन ए एंड बी आर इंडिपेंडेंट, तो पहले तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल दिस डज नॉट मैटर, रिमेंबर ये कांस्टेंट है, सो वी कैन से दैट दिस विल बी variance of 2x minus 3y. 4 to can be eliminated. And when I open this, so I will get 4 a square minus 4 variance of x plus 9 variance of y minus, because यहाँ पे एक minus का sign है, so this will become minus if there is a minus here. So it will be minus 2ab, 2 into 2, 4 into 3, 12 covariance between x, y. And when x and y are independent, अगर x और y independent है, तो this covariance will become 0. So you will go ahead and you will get 4 variance of x plus 9 variance of y. So it will become 4 into 9 plus 9 into 4. ठीक है, दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फ्रॉम एग्जाम पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है ये. अगेन लास्ट ईयर के आईआईटीज, लास्ट ईयर के गेट, सीयूईटी, इनफैक्ट इवन इन द लास्ट ईयर पेपर्स ऑफ योर यूजीसी नेट एंड आरबीआई, ये मोस्ट कॉमनली आस्क्ड क्वेश्चन है एग्जाम में. यस, ठीक है, we'll take a break now, फिर we will have at 3:30, we'll meet at 3:30. Same pattern, हाँ, this itself got repeated. The last question we did, ऐसा ही एक question was there in the exam. After break, we'll do discrete, we'll complete discrete, फिर we'll do continuous, and if time permits, we'll do hypothesis. वरना we'll take one more session for stats and we'll wrap up hypothesis testing. ठीक है, hypothesis करना है, f chi-square and ANOVA करना है. So we'll see how much we'll do today. Otherwise, 2 days में we'll wrap up stats. ठीक है. So we'll now talk about the different kind of distributions in discrete distribution. Okay. Again, I'm just requesting everyone to please ask others to join in. Just post it on the group that we are starting. Okay, we'll start there. So the first distribution that we want to go ahead and we want to do, उसको हम बोलते हैं Bernoulli distribution. Bernoulli is where there are only two outcomes. One is success and one is failure. Success can be represented with 1 and failure can be represented with 0. Probability of success can be P and probability of failure can be 1 minus P. In case of Bernoulli, इसका जो mean होता है, mean is P and its variance is P into 1 minus P. Right? जैसे tossing one time, coin single time, ठीक है? Decision like whether you want to attend a meeting or not attend, yes, no. ठीक है? या pass and fail experiment, ठीक है? So this is where you do only one time and there is success या failure. तो उनको हम बोल देते हैं Bernoulli distribution. ठीक है? The other one which we go ahead and which we have, that is basically called as your binomial distribution. Now, when we talk about binomial distribution is the manifold of Bernoulli. मतलब एक बारी करने की जगह we do it many times. Like in Bernoulli, we are tossing coin once. Binomial में we will toss coin n times. ठीक है? Bernoulli में we are deciding once success or failure. Binomial में we will decide n times. So in this, the probability of any x is equal to x becomes ncx p to the power x q to the power 1 minus x, where p is probability of success and q is probability of failure. ठीक है? The mean in this case becomes n into p and the variance of this becomes n into p into q. This is called as your binomial distribution. ठीक है? A binomial distribution is basically one distribution which is most commonly used for solving numerical. You will notice that towards the end, sorry, n, not 1 because n trials are there. You will notice that towards the end of these notes, I have gone ahead and I have mentioned the relationship between different distribution. उनको अच्छे से पढ़ लेना. When binomial becomes approximately normal, when the binomial becomes approximately exponential, ये वाला जो relationships है, I have mentioned them in the notes and I want all of you to go ahead and read those notes very carefully. Okay. Now, another thing which is very important here is the formulas of mean and variance of all the distributions. So you have to make sure कि exam में जाने से पहले you prepare a formula sheet of all distributions and you go ahead and you write the mean and variance of all these distributions which can come in exam. Okay. So let me give you a few questions. You try to solve them. So, suppose you are given that a student answers true false questions by guessing. And let x be 1 if the answer is correct and 0 if answer is wrong. Right? And he is doing it by guessing. माने guesswork में correct or wrong का probability half होता है ना? They have not mentioned the probability, they have said that he is guessing. Find expected value of x, find variance of x, find standard deviation of x. Give it a try. Yes, what will be the answer? बहुत सिंपल है, ठीक है, गुड। यस, ऑल ऑफ यू आर राइट। तो बेसिकली अगर वो बोले बाय गेसिंग, so in guessing what do you have to go ahead and do? In guessing you have to go ahead and you have to simply assume that the probability will be 1. The probability will be 1. So in such cases you have to go ahead and you have to simply say that the probability of x equal to 1, this will be, sorry, half, and probability x equal to 0 will also be half. इक्वल प्रोबेबिलिटी होगा, ठीक है। अब एक्सपेक्टेड वैल्यू ऑफ एक्स हमें पता है, यहाँ पे इट्स सिंपली पी, प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ सक्सेस। वेरिएंस ऑफ हाफ इज पी इंटू क्यू, सो हाफ इंटू हाफ, दिस इज 1/4, and standard deviation is under root of 1/4, so 1/2. So all of you are right who are saying 1/2, 1/4 and 1/2. ठीक है, correct. Now let us go ahead and let us try to answer another question. So the question is that you have a coin which is biased, right? And probability of head is 0.6, right? And it says that a game is played, right? In which you get 10 rupees if head comes, right? And you pay 6 rupees if tail comes, right? You have to find expected payoff, right? And you have to find variance of the payoff. Give it a try. You can use normal variance, but अगर हमें in shortcut पता है, formula पता है variance का, why will we not use that directly? हाँ जी, what do you think is the answer? Okay, how about others? Okay, good. So let's see. So probability of head is 0.6. And it says you win 10 rupees when it is head. and you pay 6 rupees when it is tail. तो माने what will be your expected payoff? With 0.6 you win 10 rupees and with 0.4 you lose 6 rupees. यही तो expected payoff होगा, isn't it? So just find this value. Just find this value. Whatever this value is coming out to be, that's your expected value. So all of you are saying 3.6, so I will write that as answer. Now let's talk about the variance. तो variance क्या था? Variance was variance of payoff. ठीक है, तो let the payoff be y. तो variance of payoff will be expected value of y square minus expected value of y whole square. ये हो सकता है, right? So expected value क्या आया है? Expected value is this. This multiplied with this and this multiplied with this, right? So if I have to find the variance of y, the variance of the payoff, so I can simply go ahead and say E of y square. E of y square will be summation y square into px माने 10 square into probability. Probability क्या है? What's the probability? 0.6 plus minus 6 square into 0.4. You solve this, you'll get an answer. So it will be 100 into 0.6, 36 into 0.4. कुछ आंसर मुझे बताओ यहाँ पे क्या रहा है, and you subtract 3.6 का whole square from it, minus EY whole square. So what answer are we getting here? How about other? Everyone is getting 61.44. Is everyone getting 61.44 the answer? Yes. Yes, no, slept. Okay, 61.44. ठीक है, so this is your Bernoulli. ठीक है, अब बर्नूली के बाद हम आगे आते हैं to the next distribution, which is binomial भी हो गया. So the next one which I want to come to, that is called as Poisson distribution. अब जब हम Poisson distribution के बारे में बात करते हैं, Poisson distribution is any distribution where your models are over a fixed interval. And Poisson का हमारा फॉर्मूला हो जाता है probability x is equal to e to the power minus lambda, lambda to the power x by x factorial, where x can be 0, 1, 2 and so on. And lambda is called your mean. ठीक है, and expected value of x is also lambda and the variance of x is also lambda. ये हो जाता है हमारा Poisson distribution. Let us go ahead and let us do some numerical on Poisson distribution. So what kind of questions can be given to you in exam? Suppose I tell you that there is, अच्छा इसमें ना आपको कैसे आइडेंटिफाई होगा कि Poisson distribution यूज करना है? इन एग्जाम वो ऐसा कुछ वर्ड यूज करेंगे, एवरेज रेट. जैसे एवरेज वर्ड पढ़ो डिस्क्रीट में माने पॉइजन है. सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल इफ आई टेल यू अ कॉल सेंटर calls at an average rate of 3 call per minute. देखो एवरेज रेट, ठीक है, and x represents number of calls in 1 minute. Find probability that x is 0. माने 0 calls in 1 minute. So how will we do this? Just use the formula. Probability x equal to 0 will be e to the power minus lambda, lambda to the power x by x factorial. तो ये क्या हो जाएगा? e to the power minus lambda. lambda क्या है? Average. lambda to the power x क्या है? Number of calls in 0 minute, which is 0 upon 0 factorial. Remember beta 0 factorial is 1. तो ये हो जाएगा e to the power minus 3 into anything to the power 0 is 1 by 1. E to the power minus 3 will be your answer. Is it clear? E to the power minus 3 will become the answer to this question. Now, another question, all of you will do it yourself. Accident at a crossing. Follow Poisson with average of 2 per day. Find probability of at most 1 accident in a day. Karo beta. Find probability of maximum 1 accident in a day. Go ahead, tell the answer. How about others? Quick बेटा, quick. इसमें इतना टाइम नहीं लेना, ये 1 मिनट से ऊपर के क्वेश्चंस नहीं है. एट मोस्ट 1 एक्सीडेंट माने क्या? या 0 एक्सीडेंट होगा या 1 एक्सीडेंट होगा. 0 एक्सीडेंट माने प्रोबेबिलिटी x is 0 एंड 1 एक्सीडेंट माने प्रोबेबिलिटी x is 1. x0 माने क्या? e to the power minus lambda, lambda to the power x by x factorial. E to the power minus lambda, lambda to the power x by x factorial. So e to the power minus 2 plus e to the power minus 2 into 2, that means 3e to the power minus 2. Done. ये आंसर है. This is the answer. Rest everything is incorrect. Okay. Now I'll give you a little tricky question. Try this. तो अब है that a machine, it produces defect at rate of 4 per hour. Find probability of exactly 3 defect in 30 minutes. Three defect in 30 minutes. Hanji, give answer to this one. Three defect in 30 minutes. So isme what's the trick? The trick is that you have to tell in terms of minute. And यहाँ पे is given in hours. Think that and then answer. Yes. बेटा क्विक करने हैं ये, दिस इज नॉट मोर देन 1 मिनट, एक एक मिनट में होने चाहिए ये क्वेश्चंस। So let's see. So 30 minute means 30 by 60, half hour, right? So I have converted this in terms of hours. You have to convert that in hour. Yeah, you have to convert everything in minute. Only then you will solve. So probability is asking, I want to check for exactly 3 defects in half hour. So it will be e to the power minus lambda, lambda to the power x by x factorial. अब देखो, machine produces 4 in 1 hour. How many average defects are there in 1 hour? In 1 hour, defects are 4. But question is asking for half hour ना, so in half hour average defect will be 2. तो lambda का value 2 होगा यहाँ पे. This will be the answer. Doubts? Clear? Is it clear? Any doubt? Anyone? ठीक है. So answer will be 2 into 2, 4 into 2, 8, 3 into 2, 6, e to the power minus 2. Okay. Taking 6 defects in 1 hour. Well, you can, but why would we want to do that? मतलब कर सकते हो. Does not matter if you want to convert everything like that. But the question is that the question has strictly asked me 3 defects in 30 minutes. I would rather convert this according to what 30 minutes average will be, not the other way around. Answer will be same, but technically we should be doing it in this way. Yes, so if it is something where you have to fill in or या e का value नहीं दिया हुआ, so there will be two things. So all of us know that, so all of us know the value of e, right? You just have to use that value of e in the calculator and you will get an approximate answer. And IIT and GATE में answer is never a single digit. It's an interval. So I know कि e का value it is 2.178. So I will do to the power minus 2 into 8 by 6. I will find this value, right? Usme they will mention approximated to 2 digits and they will give you answer in an interval. So if your answer is within that interval, it will be correct. So don't worry, utna consideration they will have. Okay. ठीक है. Now let us go ahead and do one last question on this. So you're given that emails arrive with an average of 5 per hour. ठीक है. And X is number of emails in 1 hour. You have to find probability that X is 3 given X is more than equal to 1. Give it a try. हाँ जी. What will be the answer to this one? Find conditional probability. तो क्या बोल रहे हैं? We have to find probability x equal to 3 given x is greater than equal to 1. तो हम कह सकते हैं probability of a given b, this will be probability a intersection b upon probability of b. इसको मैं कह सकती हूँ this is probability x equal to 3 given x is greater than 1 intersection upon probability x greater than 1. अब एक बात बताओ, x greater than equal to 1 means what? If this is 1, so everything more than 1. Man, it can be 1, it can be 2, it can be 3, it can be 4, it can be 5. And I am doing its common with x equal to 3. So what is the common part? एक है x equal to 3, एक है x greater than equal to 1. So common part is simply x equal to 3 upon probability x greater than equal to 1. अब देखो x greater than equal to 1 is difficult to solve क्योंकि यहां पे हम लेंगे x1, x2, x3, x4 till infinity. तो probability x greater than equal to 1 को I can say 1 minus probability x equal to 0. 0 males आए उस दिन. So probability x equal to 0 will be what? It will be e to the power minus lambda, lambda to the power x upon x factorial, माने e to the power minus 5. तो ये हो जाएगा डिनोमिनेटर विल बी दिस एंड x equal to 3 will be what? It will be e to the power minus 3, 3 to the power, sorry, e to the power minus 5, 5 to the power 3 by 3 factorial. So numerator will become this and denominator will become this. This is the answer to this question. Any doubts? Anyone, any doubt? Please ask. ये आएगा एग्जाम में. This is very common question in exam. Okay. Common area part. ठीक है. So just think about it. See, intersection means common. Tell me something. We know कि number of emails, it is discrete. तभी तो I am using Poisson distribution. So when I say find probability x greater than equal to 1, it means what I am asking you. क्या पूछ रहा हूं मैं आपसे? Find probability of emails either 1 or more than 1. So it means I'm asking you that number of emails can be 1, number of emails can be 2, number of emails can be 3 and so on. अच्छा, Poisson का एक प्रॉपर्टी है that x is always positive. नंबर ऑफ ईमेल्स तो पॉजिटिव ही हो सकता है ना, नंबर ऑफ विजिट्स टू अ शॉप विल बी पॉजिटिव ना. सो दीज थिंग्स आर ऑलवेज पॉजिटिव, ये हमेशा पॉजिटिव होती है. सो नाउ व्हाट द क्वेश्चन इज सेइंग इज दैट so probability x greater than equal to 1 is 1 plus 2 plus 3 and so on. Now I am asking probability x equal to 3 intersection x greater than equal to 1. Right? So intersection means you find the common part. When we have to find intersection between A and B, we find the common part between A and B. So here when I have to find the intersection between probability x greater than equal to 1 and x equal to 3, so what is the common part between two? X greater than equal to 1 में ये सब कुछ है and x equal to 3 is only this. So when I find the intersection between the two, common between the two, it is simply probability x equal to 3. So that is the numerator. Ki probability x equal to 3 intersection x greater than equal to 1 is simply probability x equal to 3. And denominator mein I have probability x greater than equal to 1. Ab the denominator is a bit difficult to solve. Kyun? Because usme we are including probability of x equal to 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 and so on. तो difficult हो गया solve करना. So because that is a little difficult to solve, हम क्या कह रहे हैं? We are saying that probability x greater than equal to 1 is nothing 1 minus probability x equal to 0. You just remove 0 males का probability and it is done. है ना? So once we remove 0 males, we will get the same answer. And what is the probability x equal to 0? Use Poisson distribution. E to the power minus lambda, lambda to the power x by x factorial. So probability x equal to 0 will be e to the power minus 5, 5 to the power 0 by 0.5. Is it clear now? I hope it's clear. कोई doubt नहीं है. ठीक है. So these are some of the questions related to Poisson. Now let's go on to the next part, and we want to talk about one last distribution here, and that is basically, अच्छा, not one last, मतलब बहुत सारी सकती हैं, but this is the only ones which are important. बाकी भी I have included in your assignments, in your notes, which you can go ahead and revise if time permits. ठीक है? But I just want to do geometric with you. I'll do negative binomial also, चलो, but others you can see on your own. देखो geometric में the mean is 1 by p and the variance is q by p square. अच्छा, we'll make a table. That will make things easy. Before I explain this, बना लो एक बारी. Make this table with me. So mean and variance. ठीक है? So Bernoulli, binomial, Poisson, geometric, negative binomial. ठीक है? That's it. That's it you should know. So P into 1 minus P. NP, N into P into 1 minus P. Lambda, 1 by P, Q by P square. Q is nothing but 1 minus P. ठीक है? And negative binomial में R by P and RQ by P square. This is the table which you have to remember to solve the questions. ठीक है? This is R into Q by P square. Q divided by P square. Lambda equal to, जैसे अभी हमने किए थे क्वेश्चंस, lambda will be the mean given to you ना. जैसे यहाँ पे लिखा था emails arrive at average of 5 per hour, तो lambda is 5. यहाँ पे it said that machine produces average 4, तो lambda was 4. So lambda is that average. No, there was no other formula. That's it. These are the formulas. Sometimes what will happen na, they will ask you to use Poisson, but they will give you NP. So you can use that lambda can be found by N into P. But otherwise, no. Lambda will be given to you in exam. Fourth, what is fourth distribution? This is geometric. This is 1 by P. This is Q divided by P square. This is negative binomial. This is R divided by P. And this is R into Q by P square. ठीक है, अब ज्योमेट्रिक करते हैं. So geometric basically goes ahead and says that you need the first success. So number of trials before first success. Mane, I'm asking probability of x is equal to x. ठीक है? सो इसमें हम क्या कह रहे हैं कि सपोज आई वांट, suppose success is a head for me and I need head in the fifth toss of the coin. तो first four tosses में I need failure. So I need tail, 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 tail and then head. ठीक है. So tail का probability is suppose Q and head का probability is suppose P because head is success. तो पहले का हो गया probability Q, second का probability भी Q, third का probability भी Q, fourth का भी Q and last का P. So you will get Q to the power 4 into P. This is the general formula. The formula of probability x equal to x, this is simply P into Q to the power x minus 1. तो जैसे if I need head in the fifth time, मुझे अपना success fifth toss में चाहिए. So it means that here I will have Q to the power 5 minus 1 into P. So P into Q to the power 4. माने पहले 4 will be failure. So Q, 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 Q and last will be success. So it will be P. Is it clear? And geometric distributions have memoryless property. Memoryless property का माने क्या है कि probability x greater than s plus t given probability x greater than s is simply probability x greater than t. So this is about geometric distribution. बहुत सिंपल है ये सारा डिस्ट्रीब्यूशंस. आपको बस एक एक दो दो क्वेश्चन इनके बेसिस पे यू हैव टू डू एंड बिलीव मी you will be able to score 100% in probability. So I'll give you a question. So let's say that you are given that there is say a coin, and the probability of head is 0.3. Find probability of getting head on the fourth toss. माने फोर्थ में ही हेड चाहिए. You don't need it in the first three. You need it in the fourth one. Solve. हाँ जी, all of you are correct. So you need head on the fourth toss. तो माने first three have to be tail. So 0.7, 0.7, 0.7 and then 0.3. You can put it in this formula also. कि probability x as 4 will be p into q to the power x minus 1. So p is 0.3, q is 0.7, x is 4 minus 1, 0.3 into 0.7 to the power 3. ठीक है? So this is your probability. अब suppose the question goes ahead. ठीक है, whatever answer all of you are getting, if it's 0.1029, that's the answer. ठीक है? Now, suppose the question says that question number B, that x is geometrically distributed with p 0.25. Okay. Find expected value of x and variance of x and standard deviation of x. करो ये करो. Use the formula sheet. Expected value of x होगा 1 by p. Variance of x will be Good. Q by P square. And standard deviation will be okay. So this kind of questions can be asked in exam. एक last question ले लेते हैं. So a candidate clears interview with probability 0.2 and X is clearing first interview. Right? Before many attempts. Find probability that he would clear his first interview after 10 failures, given he already failed 7 interviews. Okay. I've tried to frame it as easy as possible. This is what the question is asking. Ki you need to find probability X is greater than 10. मतलब उसका जो first interview clear होगा, the first interview he will clear is after 10, after giving 10 interviews, right? Given he has already given 7, he has already not cleared in the first 7, he has already exceeded giving 7 interviews. Now you have to find that it will exceed 10 also. So we know कि यहाँ पर we can use its memoryless property. तो probability x greater than 10 given x greater than 7, you can write this as probability x greater than 3. ठीक है? So probability x greater than 3 माने you will get your success after the 4th one, at the 4th one, या 5th, या 6th and so on. You can just write this as 1 minus probability x less than equal to 3. ये हो जाएगा 1 minus, you will have x0, x1, x2, x3. Is it okay? Yes. So see, what has happened is here the question is asking, in fact, I can help you go further with it. ठीक है, no problem. तो देखो what the question is saying. The question is going ahead and saying that the person has given 7 interviews. उसने 7 interviews दे दिए हैं and the person has gone and cleared none of them. So we know that person started, he has given the first 7 interviews and he has failed. Right? But he can clear the 8th one. He can clear at the 9th one. He can clear at the 10th one. Question is asking what is the probability he will clear his first interview after 10 failures. अभी तो उसने 7 ही दिया है, but he's asking, question is asking that he will get his success only after the 10th one. So what is the probability कि आपका जो success आएगा वो 10th के बाद आएगा, given कि आप 7 interviews दे चुके हो and you haven't succeeded. So probability or success, X represents the first successful interview. So when will your first successful interview be after 10th one, given कि you have already crossed 7? So इसमें we use the memoryless property of geometric distribution, which says that probability of x greater than s plus t given st is the difference तो जब भी हमारे पास ऐसा कंडीशनल प्रोबेबिलिटी निकालना होता है इन ज्योमेट्रिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, वी जस्ट से दिस इज इक्वल टू प्रोबेबिलिटी x ग्रेटर देन द डिफरेंस 10 minus 7. So this becomes probability x greater than 3. This is what we have done. We have found out probability x greater than 3 directly. Ab, in fact, there is another formula which you can go ahead and use for geometric distribution. And what is that formula? That formula goes ahead and says that probability x greater than any t is just q to the power t. Is just q to the power t. When you will solve it, तो उसका आंसर हमेशा q to the power t आएगा. So which means that in this case, if I have to find probability x greater than 3, this will simply be q to the power 3. That means 0.8 to the power 3. That's it. Shouldn't we take 11 as the first success? No. So the question says that he would clear his first interview after 10 failures. 11th is also after 10 failure, but 12th is also after 10 failures, right? So the framing of the question that I have done, maybe thoda wording because I just framed it myself. What I intend to ask is that it is after 10 failures माने, so I could have rewritten it, इसको थोड़ा better कर सकते हैं, that at least 10 failures. हाँ माने the question that I am asking here is that what is the probability x is greater than 10 given x is greater than 7? I have at least 10 failures, या 11 failures, या 12 failures. So at least 10 failures is what I am happening. I want you to use the memoryless property to learn this property here. Is it fine? Can this be done by negative binomial? No. Because success is only once यहाँ पे. Right? It is only happening after many failures. Success सिर्फ एक ही बार ही आ रहा है. You clear the interview and you get the job. Then you don't clear the interview again. तो negative binomial नहीं आ सकता है. In the previous question, when x is greater than equal to 1, you used 1 minus probability x equal to 0. So I'm confused with probability x equal to 3. See, I don't know कि क्या confusion है, but just see here, huh? When we say probability x greater than equal to 1, in the other case जो हमने पहले किया था, in Poisson, तो Poisson का ये property है that x starts from 0. There is no negative x. So x is either 0, and since it is discrete, x can be 0, x can be 1, x can be 2, and so on till infinity. But numbers. ठीक है. अब जब हमें निकालना था probability x greater than equal to 1, माने हम 1 plus 2 plus 3 and so on करते. So उसकी जगह we did 1 minus 1 क्योंकि total probability is always 1 minus we eliminate this x equal to 0. तो जब हम टोटल में से वी एलिमिनेट दिस तो हमें ऑटोमेटिकली मिल जाता है. सो दैट इज वाई व्हेन आई सेड प्रोबेबिलिटी एक्स ग्रेटर देन इक्वल टू 1, यहां पे मेरे को आ गया 1 माइनस प्रोबेबिलिटी एक्स इक्वल टू 0. दिस इज व्हाट वी डिड देयर. यहां पे भी सेम है. इफ आई हैव टू फाइंड प्रोबेबिलिटी एक्स ग्रेटर देन 3, माने आई एम एबल टू क्लियर माई इंटरव्यू ईदर द 4th टाइम, या I am able to clear my interview the 5th time, या I am able to clear 6th time and so on till infinity. तो उसकी जगह पे I have written 1 minus probability x less than equal to 3 क्योंकि 4 onwards included है ना. So up to 3 we can subtract from 1. Right? So I have to clear the interview. So it can be cleared in first chance, in second interview, in third. in fourth, and so on. So when I say probability x greater than 3, mane I am clearing from fourth onwards. And total is answer is 1, total probability. So if I subtract these, I get that. तो वो यहाँ पे किया है. 1 minus clearing in the 0 का इसमें जरूरत भी नहीं है. I've just written it for a general case. You cannot clear in the 0th time. तो 1 minus x equal to 1 फर्स्ट टाइम में आपने क्लियर कर लिया, सेकेंड टाइम में क्लियर किया या थर्ड टाइम में क्लियर किया. ठीक है. कैन यू प्लीज शो विथ फर्स्ट मेथड व्हाट विल बी n? There is n. I didn't get which n. There is no n here now. The general formula in this case is this. You remember? ये था. There is no n in this. So we are saying that probability x as 1, I mean, which means I am clearing it in the first time, will be p into q to the power 1 minus 1. Probability x equal to 2 will be p into q to the power 2 minus 1. Probability x equal to 3 will be p into q to the power 3 minus 1. तो ये हो गया p, ये हो गया p into q, ये हो गया p into q square. And you add. है ना? So this will be your thing. Okay. हाँ जी, any other doubt here?